We're a little bit early today, aren't we? Do Maine. What do we got today? Was done yesterday. Changes on desert and surrounding area. Added cliffs and gate to exit. Okay. I think we can bump the music up a little bit. Right up until that one song, I forget the name of it, it just goes really hard and really loud. Another good day to start. Let's. Ooh, that looks. He added cliffs here. That's really nice. That makes it look a lot less ugly. And then it did before. It looked really bad before. Is the cat still there? Okay, the cat is still alive. Oh, there's a little more verticality to it too. We'll run through and double check that all the ingredients are safe. They should be okay though. Oh yeah, there's weather masks. I was wondering what what these were. And I think that our desert volume should be okay as well. And select it. I might move it a little bit away from the edges of the rocks here. Just so the player can't accidentally trigger the change in ambient sound. End the exercise, yes, please end. Please. Move this one a little bit. And we'll do the same for this one. Just a wee bit. There we go. It should take care of those. You could unpaint some of these. Yeah, there's some ingredients stuck in here. Move those. End. Good thing is I'm okay with if these ones are stuck in the sand a little bit. No problem. Edge. Race. I don't have to do this, but I'll just do it anyway. We want this one rock here. One tiny baby rock. Okay, this should be cool. Yeah, and I'll move these, I'll move the cactus a little bit out. I won't delete it, but I'll just move it. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, we will delete this one. These are probably okay. I'm a little worried that it might be a bit too steep for the player to move on. I'll just give it a test, I guess. Everything relating to Ast. This rocket under here. Ooh woo. Hey Velma, how you doing? You are the first one to the stream today. You better not be talking about controversial topics again. Actually, I had a lot of fun talking about that yesterday. I'm just glad I have people that I can talk about stuff like that with, and nobody gets upset. Racist colds, exactly. I mean, if somebody said, hey, we have this cult, I'm part of this cult, I don't think you're gonna assume that they worship sunshine and rainbows, right? Everybody started streaming so early today, I don't know, I couldn't sleep. Farting like crazy. Just men problems, I guess. But yeah, I really enjoy talks like that. Like getting down in the dirt with difficult human topics. I think it would be fun to approach characters in our game from that same kind of angle where, you know, I guess maybe it's wrong to do this. I've never like written good characters in my opinion. I've written maybe a couple, but like, oh, man who struggles with his faith, you know, a woman who works herself to death for her child. Like, start with like just this initial concept and then just push out in interesting directions. Refreshing to just have a conversation without it devolving to screaming and cussing matches, yeah. Which seems to be like everybody in any like sort of mainstream media, or I don't know, even people that used to be rather reasonable online, they all just seem to slowly or at different speeds just go spiral down into madness. And I mean, it's a different rate for each person, but it just seems everybody who has any sort of fame just goes down the same path. I'm not saying we need to worship famous people, of course, right? But you'd think one person would be able to keep their sense. It doesn't seem like it. Chronicles aren't stuck to it. One thing I wanted to bring up though that I thought, if you don't mind, yeah. Have you ever heard of paradox of tolerance? And if so, what are your thoughts? Paradox of tolerance? Not really. Explain it to me. I am somebody that I will say that prescribes to tolerance over acceptance. Usually. Right. Like, you don't have to like something, but in a lot of cases you have to tolerate it. Explain to me like I'm 12. And then after you explain, I'll be like, okay, explain to me like I'm 5. Exercises from the fact that that a society that is tolerant of all beliefs, including intolerant beliefs, may be vulnerable to the intolerant beliefs that seek to destroy the tolerant society. In other words, if a society is too permissive that allows intolerant beliefs to flourish, it may ultimately lead to the erosion of tolerance and the rise of intolerance. Who defines what's tolerant, though? Like, who defines what is? And I mean, if it's any sort of governmental body, that kind of scares me, just because of, like, every governmental body kind of like leans towards corruption at some point. Generally not a big fan of government here, personally. But giving them more power kind of scares me. There's 3 of these? God. A lot. A lot of flaming grass. Like citizens, yeah, but like you'd have to elect people to determine that, wouldn't you? I mean, I do think that to an extent people already police themselves, right? I'm very much like a human nature, generally a positive force. I think humans generally do more good than they do evil, and we do a pretty good job of policing ourselves and making sure that society doesn't devolve. I almost knocked my drink down. You brought up when someone is trying to be racist and then someone tries to defend them with the idea of freedom of speech. I mean, I do think freedom of speech generally is meant to protect speech that people don't agree with. And if I could say, this is not a defense of those kinds of thoughts. I think if you want to educate somebody who you think is being intolerant or who has beliefs that you think are bad on a moral level, that approaching it from a standpoint that they are lesser of a person because of these thoughts probably is not the best way to get them to change their mind. And I see that a lot in today's discourse, where it's all about, you know, like I mean, many years ago it was like the punch and Nazi rhetoric, right? It's like, okay, not gonna say that they have the right moral standpoints, but I think if you want to change their mind, I don't know if punching them is going to get them to think differently. It might only reinforce their belief, right? Right now, most beliefs such as racism and homophobia don't come from people who care to change their mind. But if even one person who has thoughts like that could change their mind, isn't it better to try, you know, like take the Mr. Rogers approach or something? And I'm not saying that there isn't a line that at a certain point, like, was anybody really going to change Hitler's mind? Probably not, right? But there's certainly, there's a very large distance between your average, maybe person who doesn't really agree with gays getting married and Hitler. And I think that there is a section of the people along that spectrum that maybe you could just sit down and talk with. And even if they feel that way, I think that there is tolerance of, if they're not committing crimes, I think they should be allowed to think what they want, but you don't have to agree with them, right? Agree with them, right? But I don't know how to do it. I don't know where that line ends, right? And I think that it's really difficult to define it. Let's say like old Carl on the corner is just a hateful, racist bigot, right? Carl. Always yelling at the kids and yelling his beliefs. But if he doesn't commit any crimes, I mean, maybe you can change his mind, but at the end of the day, we tolerate him. And I don't know if it's the same with maybe some of you guys, but the more extreme other people get on both ends, or on all ends of the spectrum, the less extreme I seem to get. Because I see that, and I see how it hurts people, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to... It's not good for humanity. I don't know. I feel like people can... I think that most adults... Maybe this isn't too optimistic. I think most adults can make up their own minds that if they see that kind of rhetoric, they're not going to agree with it. And we do ostracize people socially. And that can sometimes have more of an impact than ostracizing them through the justice system, if we want to just lump all of that into it. Then when a crowd of people gathers around Carl and one member of that crowd decides to kill a gay. But I mean, how often does that happen? I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't ever happened. But I mean, Carl could be held responsible for that. It's like, we already have that. A game now philosophy, or at least like that. I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard of things like that. People, how do we define hate? Or not define. How do we quantify? 1, 2, 3. I don't think you're bringing the vibe down. I think it's an interesting discussion. What else are we gonna talk about? We have like 7-8 hours of stream today. You want to talk about the Microsoft bullshit? Is that gonna be any better for our moods? I don't think it brings the vibe down. All I know is that I feel we were less hateful when we had people to look up to, or we're generally less hateful when we have people to look up to who don't spread any hatred. Mr. Rogers, Steve Irwin, Bob Ross. What about Steam Cloud? What happened with Steam Cloud? Let me test this. Nothing. Nothing. They just want me to talk about Steam Cloud. I don't have anything to say about Steam Cloud. I mean, it works. I think it works pretty well. Good stuff. really want to make sure it's not too steep for the player. Our scaling in our game is just bad. Can I harvest these, or is it too unlevel? Yeah, I might need to bring that down a bit. You can get it if you climb on top of it. Maybe that's okay then. It's floating. Uh-oh. Floating foliage.
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
No.
Kilolux, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. That looks pretty good. Okay, this works. This works. I might remove one of these rocks. Hold on, let me ungroup these. Just this one. Because I think it's nice being able to see the desert there poking through. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Okay, and then I think one more thing. We don't have a lot to do today. I wanted to actually go in and adjust the sound levels of everything. So I don't really know if my computer is running this at the proper audio level that I want. Volume mixer. We put it at 50% and we play it. I just want to go through and adjust and write down like what sounds too loud, what sounds too soft. And I know like two of the music tracks I think are too loud. Let me write that down. Music tracks might be a bit loud, or volume level on. And I want that to taint it. So I'll just turn off the music off of it. I think the birds are okay. The wind and the leaves. Generally sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good too. We'll check the mine the abandoned mine and the desert. I think the desert we might be able to increase the ambient sounds there a little. I can hear the water. Maybe that's too soft. Waves might be too soft. I can't hear the waves or the water. Oh, you know, I bet that is. I bet that's with the teleport to hut. I think I need to reset the sounds of. I think I turn off all of the water sounds when I do that. Okay, that's a bug. We'd probably see it on the blueprints here. Audio controllers. I think. Yeah, the silenceable splines. Okay, I think it was the escape menu. Yeah, it was. Okay. Content, alchemy, UI. Escape menu. On begin play. Somewhere. Oh, we just do it like that. Okay. Oh no, it's in the yeah, function library. Can be silenced if true. What do we do? Get audio and set volume multiplier to 1. Get audio volume multiplier. Okay, that should fix that bug. So this might not be relevant. What do you guys think of the ambient sounds? God, I hate that. I hate that pickup sound. I don't know what else to do with that though. No, that sounds good. That sounds okay. This could actually be a bit louder. Waterfall could be a bit louder. I don't want it to be, I don't know, blaringly loud, but the waterfall. There's a very subtle ambient sound in here, but I don't know if it's going to be very audible. Very hard to hear. I think it could be increased a little bit. Mine ambient could be increased. I should fix the bug too where these get eaten by the audio volumes. That should be really easy to fix actually. Fix projectiles being eaten by audio volume. The animals always get stuck here. They're supposed to choose like a random direction to go, but maybe they're just choosing a... Are they pathfinding? What if they're picking just like a... Actually, I don't really know. I don't know. There might be some issue with the point they're picking on the maps. I'll have to look into that. Hey, Kristen, how you doing? Happy Thursday. Or could potentially still be Wednesday. This looks okay. This should be audible. And we'll check the desert, see how loud the desert is. The river is probably okay too, but I'll double check on the river. Ooh, gotta fix that. Fix some grass flipping width. Now this should be pretty subtle too, the audio in the desert. That's kind of floating a bit. Fix floating tree desert. This is actually pretty audible. I think it could be bumped up just a tad. Just a tad, like 10%, 15 at most. Desert ambience up a tad. And two. Okay, then last but not least, let's check the river. We'll check both rivers actually. Oh, there's a lot of floating. Okay, I gotta fix that. A lot of floating foliage. Now that we have this entrance, I might move the blocking volumes because you can see them here. I might move those to be more in line with this. Yeah, that would be smart. Move blocking. Volume. Around mapping. It could be nice too if we did a more subtle way to show that the player can't go back there. We'll do that today as well. Yep. Now this does use the same river spline as the one up there, but I think this is a little bit less noisy. This one sounds okay. That might be a little bit too noisy, but it's okay. The rain is pretty subtle. I was wondering if during certain weather patterns we wanted to lower the ambient sounds, like the birds and stuff. That shouldn't be too hard to do. We can try that. This river still sounds way too calm for how fast it's moving. Whatever. Just a prototype. Issue here with the river. Top river. Bankment. Into that. Bankment needs some fixing. Very mild. Yeah, I think weather sounds are okay. Was immediate. How is that not subtle at all? Oh, the rainbow is there. Oh my god, chat, look at the rainbow. It's so pretty. Guys, take a screenshot. Look at this. And fuck you. I like the rainbow. Okay, check my weather effects are immediate. Maybe only with I don't know why, but it just seemed to change immediately. It didn't do that before. I don't think it did it yesterday. I think. Okay, let's fix the bugs first. Projectiles being eaten by audio volume. Prince. Prone potion. Could just be in the audio controllers. This box. Overlap all dynamic. Block projectile. Is the thrown potion considered a projectile? Yes. Okay, so just ignore projectile. Okay, bug solved. Clipping grass on bridge. I think cobblestone under here, is it okay? Try dirt. Dirt will work. That'll work. Okay, problem solved. Floating tree and foliage near desert. That is part of the foliage. Let's. I could try to paint the grass away from the edge here so it's not clipping, but I'm not sure that that's uber necessary. For now, those bugs. Move blocking volumes around map. Yeah, I was thinking we could do something with proximity. Maybe we have some visual effects for it. You know, like, oh, it's not gonna show anything until you get close, and then it like shows a you cannot enter kind of thing, like no entry. But I would need a material that has that. How can I do that? How do I? No entry. What is this? What is this movie? No entry? Boney Kapoor? It definitely looks Bollywood. I now I need to know what this is. No entry movie. Ishan, a wealthy print media owner, is married to the suspicious-minded Kajal, who thinks he is having an affair with another woman, though he is faithful to her and never wills to betray her anyway. His friend Prem, a rich businessman who has the opposite situation, has many affairs with other girls, even though he is married to Pooja, who is very trusting. Ishan's employee, Shekhar, accidentally falls in love with Sanjana, who hates, lies, and doesn't tolerate other women in a man's life. As Kishan takes Prem's photos with his girlfriend and threatens to inform Pooja, Prem sends Bobby, there's so many fucking names in this, a call girl to seduce Kishan. The plan is that he'll fall into Prem's trap. Kishan plans to meet Bobby at his home, Bobby Kodak, when Kajal travels to Ajmer. As her passport is left at home, she returns and finds Bobby with Kishan in their outhouse, which they'd given Shekhar to live in. Kishan tells her that Bobby is Shekhar's wife. Sanjana, set to marry Shekhar, thinks Bobby is Kishan's wife. Prem, in order to save his friends' marriages, tells Sanjana and Kajal that Bobby was his first wife. It becomes a bundle of confusion, yet true. Arguments and comedy when all the various couples meet together. The truth is eventually told through many comedic encounters, and eventually Kishan, Prem, and Shekhar seemingly turn over a new leaf. It is hinted at the film end, however, that the three friends haven't fully turned over a new leaf, with the entrance of Samira Reddy in a cameo. I understood absolutely nothing that I just read. This plot feels like a badly written fan. It really does. It feels like somebody who, okay, it's like, okay, bro, I have this amazing movie I have to tell you about, okay. And you're like, okay, but I only have 10 seconds, so you need to describe the entire premise and plot of this in 10 seconds. Like, okay, so Kishan and like Kajal and like, then Bobby comes in, and then Pooja and Prem. It's like a legit title to a new isekai. I understood absolutely none of that. Okay, hold on. ChatGPT, help me out here. Explain the relationship structure of each couple in No Entry from 2005. Just make it simple and explain who is with who. Okay, Kishan and Kajal are married to each other. Prem and Pooja are married to each other. Sunny and Sanjana are married to each other. And explain how these relationships evolve throughout the movie. Initially, Kishan suspects Kajal of infidelity due to misunderstandings and coincidences. However, as the story progresses, Kishan realizes his mistake and trusts Kajal again. The relationship strengthens as they overcome the obstacles together. Prem is a flirtatious womanizer, causing tension in his marriage with Pooja. However, Pooja's patience and understanding eventually lead to Prem's realization of his love for her. They reconcile and deepen their bond as a couple. Sunny's obsession with his career and insecurity about his marriage strain his relationship with Sanjana. Through various comedic situations and misunderstandings, they confront their issues and reaffirm their love for each other, ultimately strengthening their marriage. Okay, see, that made more sense. That at least somewhat makes sense. So now, yeah, everybody like has misunderstandings and comedy, haha, funny, and then it's all like okay at the end. That makes more sense. I initially read this summary and it was the most confusing thing I've read since trying to understand why Microsoft closed the Hi-Fi Rush studio. We've thank you, ChatGPT. I'm not looking for No Entry 2005, the Indian film. I am looking for a texture that I can use here as like a no entry tech. Hold on. UE5 no entry material. Hello, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Kristen? How's your Thursday? You should use it and then explain the source in the design document. What I should use, this should be my no entry texture. Okay, we can do it. It's gonna look so stupid though. There's no way that I can explain this. This is the worst thing that I can put in this game. I have to go to, like, look at it this way. If you keep the ball in the air for 10 hits, it moans, right? But you can understand that. Understanding why I've put a Bollywood comedy. I mean, this is the difference of using that one for no entry and why you think that movie is the metaphor to your game. I already went on Twitter yesterday and explained the inspiration behind our game. It was this. My game and 3 games that inspired it. So here's our game, and here are the 3 games that inspired it. Good stuff. Now you're adding another inspiration. No entry. Volume. Enlightened. PP, no entry. Cube. Add new material. M, no entry. Where's the... Okay, how can I make this work? This is the stupidest thing ever. Okay, how can I tile it? This is the stupidest thing ever. I can't add this. This is so dumb. Make it a thing that we're not making the back rooms. Backroom Chronicles. How do I get the how do I tile it? I always forget. Is it landscape coordinates or is it not landscape coordinates? It's something else. It's texture coordinate? I guess we're talking about Katsugaru's cackling like a maniac. It's this stupid ass no entry. All he wanted was something to show the player that they can't go past this point. And I looked up no entry on Google. Like, oh, this is okay. What the fuck is this? And it's this Indian movie that does not make any sense. And so now we're using no entry as our. This is so dumb. If you enter the other area, a dark shadow chases you with a sitar. God damn it, guys. Extra coordinate. That's probably this. Then I multiply. Okay. Let me copy this. That work? Doesn't work. B5 tiling material. Only sacred cows can pass that barrier. How do I do it? Somebody just tell me. No, we'll just make it that large. Do it this way. No entry. I'm gonna change the parent class as well to whatever the one is where we get a pop-up. Which one is that? Object with tooltip? Is that it? We could just put this down. Object with tooltip. And we'll change the static mesh to This is so stupid. Looks perfect. God damn it. I didn't think we could get any more stupid than what we did with the beach ball. Until now. I'm gonna duplicate. Object with tooltip. Distance fade. We're gonna do something similar that we did with the hut waypoint. Well, how can we control that? Like material opacity. I guess just a parameter, right? Like begin play. For no entry, we need opacity. But the blend mode needs to be translucent. Yeah. And then we expose a parameter called opacity. Default value 1. Distance fade, event begin play, static mesh, create dynamic material instance, material, no entry, promote to variable, material ref. This is gonna look so good. It won't. No, it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad, chat. We can't like this. You have forced my hand with no entry. Maybe I can reach out to the studio that owns no entry. Maybe we can do a watch party on stream. Set scalar parameter value. Well, no, we don't need to do that here. Do that on tick. It's on Prime Video, you can do a watch party? Can I? Do you need to get permission for that? Okay, opacity. We want it to be the opposite. We want not for it to be 0 and 1. We want it for it to be 1 and 0. Normalized. Okay. Well, I think that the min and max could probably be promoted to variables. Let me first just see how it looks. Some Prime Video, I think you can watch it without any special permissions. You better be sure I'm not getting my channel banned for watching fucking no entry. We're not doing that. I won't have to tell publishers that I was streaming until I watched a Indian comedy film called No Entry, all because of a meme of me putting their poster in our prototype. Oh, the way you watch is you don't even stream it. Okay, so it's more like, okay, I see. You guys just really want this, don't you? If we can get 500 followers, we'll do a no entry watch party. Currently exclusive to American streamers. Because the copyright is very complicated. The copyright isn't complicated. It's just, fuck you. That's why. Oh, it's complicated. Oh yeah, okay. Sure it is, Amazon. Sure it is, company with billions of dollars. What the fuck is that? No comment. No comment on that. No, don't clip that. Don't clip that promise. Player can't get up here, right? I know the moment I give this to playtesters, they're gonna try to escape this map. I don't think they can. Better hope they can't. Better than an invisible wall. Yeah, I need to get rid of the invisible wall, so I'm just gonna make like a no entry volume that fades in as you move closer. It should work. Where are my level barriers? Let's see. Then if somebody gets close to the barrier, a sitar music starts playing. If you go beyond, if the volume starts going 10% beyond 100% for every few meters. Hold on. Pixabay. Music. Guitar. This works. And this is royalty free. I'm not using AI. Please take a look. I mean, I've looked at other AI music creations. Actually, I've looked at exactly this one. Suno. Yeah, I looked at this a couple months ago. Put this in. Oh, I was just gonna say, is this Tunuk? Yeah. Who owns this? Taylor Mendy Music. Do you think that they would give me the rights to put it in? Hey Datu, how you doing? Okay, do I have to provide Pixabay content license? I think that means that I don't have to give permission. Okay. You got a job. Same day an animal killed some of my oh shit. Okay. Okay, well, bittersweet. Like you said, it's mixed. But it's not all bad. It's not a full bad day. It is a day. I'm sorry about your chickens though. Do you know what killed it? Maybe like a coyote or something? You're in Midwest, I think, so could be coyote. Be a fox. What this is this really loud in here? I love it. I love it so much. Use. It's gonna be like super subtle too. It's gonna be so quiet that you don't know if you're going crazy or if it's real. I don't think it was a raccoon. Yeah, I don't think raccoons kill chickens, but probably a fox. I wonder if there's a way to stop that. Because it could come back. But congrats on the job, seriously. I know how long you've been trying to get one. Can you share like what job you got? That's pretty cool. Be a skunk. Skunks hunt chicken, really? I know that. I'll place it down. I'll override the attenuation. Wave player. Where's the new looping? Definitely have had skunks around, yeah. Not hard to know if you have skunks, that's for sure. You'd be able to hear it just barely here. just barely. Class will be the SC. We could make it part of no class so that there's no way to turn off the sitar music when you're there. Job is at a gas station. Okay, that's pretty cool. Maybe you get like a discount. Maybe. Probably not on the gas, but maybe on some of the stuff in the store. Is it like a quick trip or something? This down just a little bit. I still use these because I like to show players where the level bounds are, so I still like to use. Okay, that should solve that problem. Now we need to make sure that the blue dick boy can actually get through this this no entry. Make those invis again. What do we do for the cubes? We just ignore NPC. And probably it doesn't affect navigation, right? Can never affect navigation. False. Okay. The hiccups now. Perfect. The static mesh here. Custom collision. Ignore NPC. And not affect navigation. And the interactable collision cannot affect navigation. And ignore NPC. Perfect. That should do it. We should see no issue with the navigation now. Yes. Beautiful. Casey's might be working kitchen, might be working register. Okay, okay. Have you met your coworkers yet? Oh, ow, oh fuck. Turn my back. Alright, let's see how this sounds. Should work. I will wall sit after. Well, some of them during the interview. They look pretty cool. Hopefully, like people that aren't gonna be assholes. Needs exercise. I do need exercise. I need to eat better too. I'm getting a fat face. More sideways grass. You seem good. It's good. That's good. I'm really happy for you, man. You can celebrate and buy yourself some OSRS membership. Look at it. It's working. I'm gonna change the distance at which this shows up. You hear it? That's so fucking good. So stupid. So stupid. The job is in the next state over where the minimum wage is about double where I live. Oh shit, what are you making per hour? If you want to share, you don't have to share. $14, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's about that's about how much I made working on Darkest Dungeon. Get paid, bro. Yeah, it is a lot better than 725. That's really good. Are there like any benefits that you get from the job too? They have to give like a discount in the store, right? Like even 10% discount. Because I mean, you can just do some easy shopping, right? Like, I think Casey's sells some pretty nice, like pizzas maybe. You just pick those up and take them home, some frozen pizzas. Let's promote these your variable. Promote. Fade min. Fade max. Sell fresh pizza, not frozen. Look at you getting all fancy with your pizzas. I still like frozen pizza. Quick Trip used to have these really awesome frozen pizzas that were $10 for 5. I think it was like these ones or something. Nice and burnt, just like I like it. Whatever they were, I don't remember what brand they were. It was $10 for 5. So good. Okay, fade min, fade max. Basically, where do we start showing it and where do we have it at max? Let's set this to 1,000 and this to 2,500 and see how that looks. So stupid, dude. This is the stupidest thing ever in this game. Pizza's pretty good. They use like a sweet dough. Oh, really? I don't think I've ever had Casey's pizza. Oh yeah, we need to check it with... We need to check with Blue Dick Boy. Okay, let's check it with Blue Dick Boy. Oh Lord, he's coming. Oh Lord. Here he comes. It's John Cena. Do 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 do. Enjoy the ambience. A bit more expensive than their main competitor in the area, Hunt Brothers Pizza, which have like large $12 pizza, many toppings. $12 pizza with as many toppings as you want? That's not bad. That is not a bad price. That's pretty fair. I'll do your wall sit. I'll do your wall sit. Or wall shit. I mean, the good thing is he's running, which means that he did find a path. Empty your bowels. Pay $14. You charge like $2 extra if you want extra cheese. It's the Midwest. It's not hard to get cheese. There's no problem getting cheese in the Midwest. I mean, maybe it is outside of Wisconsin, but in Wisconsin? Oh yeah, want more cheese? Go for it. Pour it on there. A lot of cheese, oh god. Well, the Midwest is not known for being the most healthy of parts of the country. Okay, he should be able to just run right through in a second. Okay, there it goes. Nice. you have to be like right up next to it to even hear it. So fucking funny. So dumb. Look, this game is already like 3.1 gigabytes to download, okay? Make it louder the longer you stay close. Why is it so shiny? Why is it so damn shiny? Shiniest rock I've ever seen. Oh, so wet for Indian. Okay, it's got no problem going through. Get fucked, blue dick boy. Hey. Shover. Okay, blocking volumes around map exit are fixed. Top river embankment needs some fixing too. Let's fix the top river embankment. The one part of this that had here. Edge of the river mesh is visible. Get some OSRS premium to celebrate your new job, Datu. That way I have somebody that I can do bosses with. Okay, that looks okay. Yeah. A little close to the edge. But it's okay. Okay. That problem solved, and last but not least, check why weather effects are immediate. They did seem that way. I'm going to adjust that. Then we're going to see if that's just the hotkeys for forcing weather that do that. Maybe something got reset, I don't know. Random weather variation, I will set this. Try that. "10 to 60 seconds should change to snow." And I just need to make sure that it isn't an instant change, because that would be, you know, something got fucked up in the settings. Bouncing that occurs. I think it's my mouse or the mouse. I don't know where it is. Okay, it's not immediate. We're good. We good. Yeah. 300. 480. Just the hotkeys that are doing it. My raptor son. Why are you still up? It is 2 a.m. for you. Or 3. Go to bed. Irresponsible adult. Irresponsible adults. "4 a.m. for you." I think you're 1 hour ahead of my parents. I mean, okay, look, you should be in bed. You have a job now, too. Unless you're working like, what shift are you working at the gas station? You get the night shift? That could be pretty chill. Watched Poor Things? Could be closing shift. What is closing shift? Is that like from 4 p.m. to... like midnight? What is close? 4 p.m. to midnight? Okay, that's not too bad. Might be pretty busy during the like start of your shift, but then later on, might not be too terrible. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we gotta adjust some audio settings. Music tracks might be a bit loud. Yeah, they might. Magical fantasy, elven realm, epic fantasy. I could change them here or just change them in the wave files. That might be better. Epic fantasy, elven realm. Fantasy. Which of these are the really loud ones? How's progress? I think progress is pretty good. I think these two, Elven Realm and Magical Fantasy, are the loudest. They could probably be lowered by 25%. But I don't know if the Q files override the audio waves. They might. In which case these should be lowered to half. When is the conference? Like a week and a half. Most of the activity is going to be 20th to 21st. And 13th through 17th, I'm off from streaming. I might do some streams like later in the day, but I have specific things each day that I need to accomplish. And I'm going to be running around the town in a lot of cases. Did that actually override? You know, let me set these back to 1. And we'll just lower the Qs. Because I think that the music is being set based on the Qs. That sound. Play. Yeah, it's playing the Qs. Okay, so. Sounds a bit better. A little bit more subtle, but still noticeable. Yeah. I'm trying to trigger the other ones. This one's pretty loud too. You lowered attack. It's not terrible. No, don't kick the beach ball around for an hour. Not today. Can't keep getting distracted by the stupid beach ball. Okay, that is the magical fantasy one. I think it's okay. It's better now. Yeah, those are better now. Okay. Music tracks might be a bit loud. That should be set. Should be covered. Waterfall could be a bit louder. Waterfall. Waterfall Q. It is at 0.5. I could have the... We could override the Q volume. Hold on. Just use the same Q? I think it does. I definitely want this one to be louder than this one, right? This tiny one. I may just change the audio spline. Should add if you hit the beach ball 5 times, a huge sign pops up. Blue Dick Boy died, and under it, a smaller text. He didn't provide him potions, so he went adventuring without them and died. That beach ball. You guys are never gonna let me remove the beach ball from the game, right? We have basically, we all understand that now that the beach ball is in and people have seen it, it would be a massive riot if we removed that from the game. Continue playing through Tears of the Kingdom. Probably will at least wait till I finish playing through that to start RuneScape again. Fair. Well, you haven't experienced any of Varlamore yet, and Varlamore is pretty cool. New bosses, Hunters Guild, new activities. The Hunters Guild's pretty nice. Very good XP for a Hunter now. Hunter is actually kind of enjoyable now. I was able to get, I think, from 91 and a half to 93, and it felt pretty decent. Yeah, we'll do a volume multiplier. Float. Oh, and yesterday they improved agility, mining, and thieving. They did some pretty big improvements to those skills. Did everything that went down with Sony and Helldivers? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Yes, indeed. Hey Kent, I ended up following a 5-hour Unreal tutorial after seeing your stream that one day. The engine has some really nice built-in tools. Oh cool, 5-hour tutorial, Jesus. What was it about? Just like an intro to the engine as a whole and how to do things, basics. 5 hours. Was it a good one? Because maybe you can share it and we can spread that through to other developers. Microc has one, yeah, it did. The whole thing was just absurd with Helldivers. And it could have been avoided. Basics culminating in creating a landscape scene using mega scans. Okay. Yeah, actually that's a really good idea. Just I think with people who want to just go in and test some things out, getting them to add in a whole bunch of like assets to start building something it's too much work. But that was like the old school method. Now that there are Quixel, you just need to load up the engine and just start adding stuff from Quixel into the scene, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we have the volume multiplier, instance editable, default 1. We should now be able to override this, so we could set this to be 1.5. The only problem is that on the audio controller blueprints, I think we fixed this by setting the volume multiplier. And we needed to not set it to this value. We need to lerp, like this lerp is okay for the ambient, but this lerp needs to be here, alpha, and the B. Hold on. Audio. No. Target. Volume multiplier, and that's the that should handle it. And then finally in the escape menu, same thing. Almost easier to do photorealism than stylized now, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong with that. You're definitely not wrong. And there are a ton of great packs. Also, if you guys didn't see, because I don't know how many of you were here yesterday, don't forget to get your free assets for the month from the marketplace. There is an environments bundle with 6 maps. There's a modular sci-fi indoor-outdoor asset pack, which is really high quality. A stylized Tokyo environment that looks really nice. A replicated grabbing system for physics objects. And advanced flock system, so 10,000 fish instances. Very wacky one. Mystical potions with animated liquids and drinking. Well, well, well. This could be useful, especially with the drinking animation. Pretty cheap. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, no worries. I always forget too. Okay, where do we set the volume? Reset ambient sound. We set audio to 1. We need to grab volume multiplier. Set it to volume multiplier. And that should be it. Now we can control the individual volume multipliers of these. Be a little bit quieter. Let's test it out. The big waterfall should be much louder. Hopefully not too loud. It does sound louder. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Great. Great, 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 awesome. And for the river up here, we could even increase this audio spline volume just a little bit. Where is it? Point 3. This one sounded pretty good. Then we have to increase some ambient for the mine and the desert. Sound. What do we play in the... Day night ambience key. Desert. We would probably have to adjust the wave file. Correctly on. Volume is already at 2. It really only needs to come up a little bit, right? Yeah, like 10, 15. Do 2.25. Then the cave, we play what? How do we control the cave? How do we control the cave? There's sound cue somewhere here? Crazy. Ambience cave queue. Reference. Looking really good. Thank you for that. Hope so. I don't know where my cave queue is. What's in the wall? Okay, yeah, I see. I see, okay. Cave queue, volume molt. I'm gonna try two. I'm just gonna double it. I'll double it and we'll see what that sounds like. I might push these into the ground a bit more too. We're floating a little bit. Which acid you used for the grass? This grass is either from Dreamscape Towers or Dreamscape Meadows. And I can try to look it up. Floating rocks on path to waterfall. Floating sconces on waterfall mine. Yeah, I can try to look it up. Dreamscape series. Grass. Dreamscape Meadows is the one that it's from.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Thank you for the follow, man.
Derivative. That
I love.
I absolutely love.
What the fuck? I wasn't following. It happens sometimes. Okay, yeah, I can hear it now. Pretty decent. What kind of game are you making? I am making an open world fantasy alchemy game where the potions you make affects the fate of the NPCs that you give the potions to. You go out in the world, you collect ingredients, you come back and you make potions in a very free form system. And depending on whether or not you provide the potions to the NPCs or how good the potions are, they could die, they could succeed in their journeys. Different world events might happen. Very much a traditional understanding of the role-playing genre, and choices will matter. Very much so. But we have a long way to go. Very cool, thank you. We have our prototype map. So we're just working on our prototype right now. And we're still pre-first playable. Added 2 bugs. These sound pretty good now. Floating rocks on path to waterfall, I can fix. Easy fix. I can align these with ground, right? Still kind of float a bit. I wish they were deeper, or like, so I could put them under the map a little bit easier. That's annoying. Hold on. Stretch. I could stretch them, maybe. It's a little problematic. just a tad problematic on doing that. It's a good thought, though. Definitely a good thought. The meshes are thin. I mean, it doesn't help that the terrain here is pretty uneven. It's not going to be a simple fix. I'm okay with them being in the ground a little bit. But I think it would look better if there was dirt instead of cobblestone. I think generally that's going to be better to place them in. The empty grass looks pretty nice too. Go to bed hoping to be up in 5 hours. Like that. Like how that looks. Look dumb. Looking great, thank you. Yeah, take care. Take care. You won't miss much. We're gonna be finishing up with this and then just playing some game or something. Can't really do anything else in the build. I think the dirt looks better, makes it look like the grass has died from that path being used a lot. Yeah. Do you like the mix though? Do you like the mix of the dirt and grassless grass? The empty grass. Put maybe some thin dirt in like the center. Maybe like that. Looks good? Okay. You added a material to say sprinkle some rocks inside the grass. Would you need to repaint, or would the rocks appear automatically? If you're editing the material, it should appear automatically. If you're using the foliage system, you'd probably have to go in there and repaint the new small rocks. But if they're part of the material, and you're painting that material with the landscape mode, as long as that's the material that's originally on there, it should edit all instances of that material. So if like I wanted to change the texture for the dirt to have more rocks or be a different color, only you working on this game, or do you have a team? It's primarily me working on it right now, but I have a friend helping out with some of the level design in his free time, and another friend who helps me with some of the AI stuff. The creatures that do stuff and making them so that they can play with the beach ball that we have. Things like that. And then everything else is me. But we're planning to get funding and build up a team of about 10 to 15 individuals full-time. And production would probably last for 3 to 3.5 years. got a pretty big scope. So it's not a small game. Loading a little bit, but it's okay. Obviously, once we're that large in team, it's going to be hard to stream everything that's being worked on, but we will try to cycle out developers who are interested and who want to stream something that day, and that way everybody can, you know, all you guys in chat can meet the whole team as we grow and see different parts of the game being developed. Which will be kind of sad for me because I won't be online as much, but I think it's better for the team overall and better for just better for the health of the project to let everybody else get a chance, right? Any specific publishers you have in mind to pitch to? Yeah, I've got a couple. Tiny Build, Raw Fury, Devolver, I'm going to reach out to. It's a long shot, but hey, never know if you don't take it. I have some people I've met at Ancient Forge Studios before. I mean, there's tons of good publishers that I think could be a pretty good match for us, value-wise, and certainly might be a good match for the game idea. Do you already have a studio, or will you be building it and funding it from scratch? I technically already have a studio, like I already have a company. You know, it's a legal entity and everything, and if we get funded, we're ready to go. But yes, I am kind of still building it and funding it from scratch. We don't have any funding right now. I'm preferring to do it this way as opposed to having investors buy shares in the company and using that for seed funding, right? I'd like to maintain control over the studio and ensure that we don't have too many outside sources trying to control what we do creatively. And if it doesn't work this way, then we'll need to rethink things, but I'm going to try this way first. Of course, once we get a publisher, they will have some, you know, decent amount of control over how the project turns out. But it's much easier to work with like one entity than also have other entities that are expecting, you know, a publisher pays you, they see your schedule, they know exactly when you're supposed to be making money back on the project. They understand that's their business. And I think a lot of outside investor groups don't always understand that and may put a lot of pressure to return profits for certain quarters that would just not be possible to do for a game studio, especially a new one. Once we have products in the market, you know, we will have some trickle of cash flow coming in from our products, but for games. But until that point, it's gonna be a little bit tougher. Understandable. It's like to lose all creative control due to a publisher wanting something specific in the game. Yeah. Yeah, we want to be very careful the publisher that we work with. We won't just take the first deal that comes by. If they don't match our values and if I don't feel comfortable about how they're going to be with our game, I'm not signing shit. And I'll just keep building the game, I'll keep making it look better, and the better it looks, the further along it is, the more opportunities I'll have with choosing publishers, so you know, we just keep pushing forward. But how long have I been working on this game? This is the 83rd day of development. But that includes everything related to the game, so also, you know, like when we're working on documentation, working on budget, the pitch deck, all the good stuff. And we have a first iteration gameplay loop that's fully playable and pretty bug-free. Like, you know, I'm constantly playtesting and checking for bugs, and I make sure to fix those up. I know I don't have to for a prototype, but I think that to some extent the presentation value does assist with trust building, both with players and with publishers. Anybody can place assets in a level, right? I mean, we saw that with Day Before. Fewer people know how to make them work together, and fewer people than that know how to bug fix and troubleshoot and fix problems and make everything compatible. And I think we need to build that confidence because we are a new studio. We don't have a release game as a company yet, and the better we can make this first project look, and especially if I can do that and say, look, most of this was done by me, this is my specialty, but these are not my specialties. So if you see this and you like the direction that we're going in, just know if you fund us, it's going to get magnitudes better. Because I'm not an artist, I don't know anything about art. But if somebody can look at this and say, okay, well, from an art standpoint, it doesn't look terrible, you know, I think that's a good starting point. Change the textures of these rocks a bit. They put everything into one. I wanted to change the rocks a bit. Get rid of some like the cracks. Whatever. Not touching that. You fix that. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Yeah. I still hate that pickup sound. I don't know what else to use though for picking up. I mean, it would be nice if we had individual things for depending on what you're picking up, but that's a vertical slice problem. Okay, weather looks good. Nighttime. We're currently making a PT with its own story as a proof of concept. Once complete, I'll use it to pitch the main game to publishers, showcasing what an extended 8-hour version would look like. PT story would have lore about events taken after the main game. Dude, it's so sad what happened with PT. My PS4 still has PT installed. So how long is your proof of concept for PT after the events after the main game? What would you like showcase? Like how much more gameplay would you add to it? 8-hour version. 8 hours pretty. I think an 8 hours is a really good goal for like a horror game. It's hard to maintain that intensity after 8 hours. As much as I like something like Alien Isolation, that game was pretty long. A pretty long game. Okay, could we have... But I have weather events controlling audio volume, ambient volume. I should be able to do that in the ambient time of day.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Homie, thank you for the follow.
Suicide is badass.
No.
I love that clip. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What do we have? Music is one thing. This is music. You don't need to worry about this. Music. We primarily need to consider this. I guess every tick, or we could bind an event to weather changing. That's possible. We have ultra dynamic sky. If we get ultra dynamic weather, Do we have an event? Find event to weather to state change. There's ones for specific weather, but not for a weather change. How could I do this? When I said PT, I meant as playable teaser, but yes. Okay, so not PT the game. Okay. You have to clarify that. Main game I plan to make after would be horror survival. Its main focus would be on the story and figuring out why the events you experience are happening. Very Silent Hill inspired, but takes story elements from movies such as Lolita, Miller's Girl, and Gone Girl. Oh, interesting. Okay. That sounds pretty cool. I'm too much of a pussy to play horror games. They scare me way too much. Yeah, we're setting time of day, and that's mixing the audio tracks based on the time of day. I guess we could set a parameter. Okay, let's think of it this way. Our ambient cue is where? We could just mix this by parameter. We could do a crossfade by parameter. And set a flow parameter based on the weather. We could bind an event to different weather changes and set that like max volume. I guess we just set the volume multiplier of the cue in the first place. We don't even need to adjust it in here. I just hate that we'd have to bind an event to the weather. But it would be better than checking the weather every tick, you know, it would save us a little bit in performance. The horror game genre right now is filled with cheap jump scares, it is, and 3D scan maps with body cams, it is. I want to try to revive psychological horror. I completely support that. I have mixed feelings about like the body cam type games, and especially the camera games, right? Like, oh, you can't see in the dark, but here's a camera so you can. It's stale. It's stale for the camera. Angle is stale. I think the body cam stuff is probably gonna have... I don't think it's gonna look good outside of... if you're playing it. I think it's actually going to be quite nauseating if you're playing that. That one is just a assumption. But yeah, we need to go back to good psychological horror. I definitely agree with that. Let's promote this to a variable. Weather system. Okay. Should we just bind events? You'd think there'd be some like overarching, you know, bind event to state change weather. Get the camera thing, so many people have done it. Yeah, it's just... I don't want another horror game where one of my goals is to go around collecting stupid fucking batteries that die in 5 minutes. It's just really... I don't know, it's just kind of boring. It's just kind of boring. It was kind of cool the first time, right? Because it was new. It was a new idea. You know, it was cool with like Fatal Frame. You know, classic game. But yeah, nowadays, I guess I could do like to started raining, started snowing, finished raining, finished snowing. I don't think... We don't have dust in our game. I don't think we do. As one of the random weather things, like one of the random weather patterns. No. I don't know if fog would prevent the birds from chirping. Do birds keep chirping in fog? Birds chorus in a foggy forest after the rain. I guess the birds would still chirp in the fog. We'll assume they do. In this fantasy world that isn't real, where I can make up whatever rules I want, the birds are going to continue chirping when it's foggy. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Unless somebody donates $1 billion. If you donate $1 billion, I will turn the birds off in the fog. How about that? Actually, if you donate $1 billion, I'll finish the game. Started raining. Snowing. Raining. No. Gotta be a better way to do that, right? I don't know if delegates can send information though, right? Where bind event to weather change, and then I can... Well, I mean, what I could do is just, if there was one bind event to weather change, then I could just grab the, whenever I play that event, I can just grab the new weather. That would be ideal, and then I can just map weather patterns to a float, and, problem solved. I can make it. It is all blueprints. Maybe I can make something like that. Will send links in this chat? Yes. I want to show you a game that I keep seeing the same style of. In my opinion, I hate the game style. I think it's cheap and lacks any substance to it. But for some reason, people eat that up. Yeah, go for it. The ultra dynamic what? Can I just search it? Like, started raining? How do you make one of these delegates? Oh, I see. Check for events to dispatch. I could just make all of these trigger weather change. Silent breath. Yeah, it's like low resolution realistic. It's found footage. It's like the found footage style. I mean, that's exactly what this game kind of feels like, is found footage, right? Slightly blurry, slightly grainy. Yeah, 3D scanner, old noise filter, yeah. But even then, it's like, it isn't that high resolution. It is very much low poly. Yeah, the fisheye. In parts of the atmosphere aren't horribly done. Like if you just there's just a lot of it that's just, this is overdone, you know? This is kind of what I call YouTube bait, right? Like all the big, whatever is the new YouTube people to watch play games, they're gonna play this game because it's cheap, it makes a quick video, and it'll make them Yeah, it's all meant to do the exact same thing. I mean, it's just Slender, yeah. It's like when we were younger, it was Slender. Now it's these types of games. Doesn't do anything. It's just AI that's meant to like roam an area and then walk close to you. I think people continue to eat this up because it's easy to watch. It's funny to watch people get scared and playing games like this for really cheap. Yeah, it's like... It's easy, is what it is. And the graphics. Oh, editor. There is call weather display name changed. That's what I want. Call weather display name changed. That's it. Add event, custom event, update max ambient volume. Beautiful. I wish I could make like teleport nodes, because now I have to deal with this dispatcher spaghetti. Annoying. Fuck it, I'll just put it here. Fuck it. Don't care. Okay, maxing. Need to. Let me do a switch. Let me see how many of there are in this. I'll make a map. Promote to variable. Map. Okay, weather. Volume molt. Map. What do you expect to have, when do you expect to have this ready to pitch? I'm generally ready for the pitch. I'm just doing some small quality of life, fixing some bugs that I find, polishing the level up, and you know, we have a budget ready to go. We have a initial GDD. We have our pitch deck ready. It's all pretty much ready, but I need to like print it out, get some final documents finalized, and then we're ready to make our first attempt at getting funding. But I don't know if it will come this year, but I'm gonna try anyway. Adding Bollywood posters and music, exactly. And beach balls that moan when you keep them in the air for 10 hits. All very important stuff. Should work. Rain, heavy rain, thunderstorm, light snow, snow, heavy snow, blizzard, foggy, light rain. Wait, that is the thing? What do you mean? The beach ball? Yeah, you want to see it? Okay, let's go find a beach ball. One of the problems with pitching it too is we actually have a lot more to add before I would feel confident even saying we're halfway to our first playable. So we're pretty early to pitch, but I don't want to waste this opportunity. Can you not steal my ball? I'm trying to show chat something. Can you not? Okay, I'll use this one. Try to get it in the air. It never gets old. I love it, yeah. Pretty great, right? I think when we make a trailer for the game and we send it to, like, let's say we're on like Summer Games Fest, right? Let's just say we're making it big. We're going big time. I will try to fit a very, very difficult to hear moan in the trailer somewhere and not tell anybody where it is. And you know, and I know that the suits aren't going to be able to hear it. But then we'll watch it live, and you'll hear it. Peak Gaming, Eve revealing outfits, step aside. What are the words for maps? Not get, the find? Yeah. You find here. And I think then we need to get float valve. Hydrate? Okay, I can hydrate. It says 3 minutes ago that you did that. You see that? It says 3 minutes ago.
Carol!
Carol!
I gotta talk to you about
Sophia RC, thank you for the follow.
What do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
True. I'm just a person. It says 3 minutes. I don't know. Time. What is time? What does time even mean? Your time is 2 minutes ahead. Wait, really? Wait, what the fuck? Time is relative. Yeah, I just reset it and it's working now. What the hell? It's so weird. What the fuck? Oh, guys, I'm back from the future. Oh my god, you wouldn't believe it. Joe Biden is asleep. Trump is committing crimes. Nobody can talk about anything seriously anymore. We're living in the future for a bit, yeah. It was crazy, guys. Oh my god. It's so good to be back. Be able to set a volume multiplier, but only on certain things. Or just all of it. Yeah, because if we have rain and yeah. No, I agree, yeah. Rain, heavy rain, thunderstorm. I think light snow, we could keep it. We could do it at 0.7. We should probably add. We should add all of them. We should just add every single one in here. Clear skies. Partly cloudy. Cloudy. Light snow will be 0.7 volume on the ambience. You technically travel to the future by spending some time in space and come back to your friends in their old age. It's true. True. Time is only relative to the gravity that you're experiencing. Murph! Don't let me leave. I'll just do 0, 0. Hold on. Clear skies. We want it to lerp over time too, so I'm gonna put a timeline in here. Weather change. Float track. Ten seconds. Daytime ambience, get volume multiplier, and we want to lerp alpha A B set volume. Hold on. We don't want to do that. How challenging would it be to make a space game with such time dilations? What would you want to do with the time dilations? Because I don't think it would be difficult, but it would depend on what you want to do. What gameplay do you want? I could do a do once. We do a do once. New float variable. Current ambient flow. Set. I beef with Edge to switch my search bar from Google to Bing. I like to use Opera GX. Today's sponsor. No, I wish we were. With some of the controversial topics we bring up on this stream, I don't think any company wants to sponsor me. Understandable. I liked when using Apple was the clicking while... You like the clicking while typing? That was the thing? That's the, like the first thing I turn off. I like a few things from it. I like the built-in Twitch and Discord. Like I like the side apps. They're pretty nice. The themes can be pretty nice, and I enjoy being able to pop out videos and have them overlay. Nice browser. Want to reset on finished. And then on update, we want to get daytime ambience, set volume multiplier. That should mean when it like starts raining or snowing or any weather change, it's going to, if it needs to, take 10 seconds to slowly fade out or fade in the ambient volume on, you know, based on necessity. I'm a little... I don't know how to feel about it. Because think of it this way, if it's like after snow, right? Do we want to be able to hear like the crickets at night? Do we care? Is that really that big of a deal to fix for a prototype? I think not. I think not. As much as it bugs me just from a perfectionist standpoint, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah. So rain, heavy rain, thunderstorm, light snow, snow, heavy snow, blizzard, and light rain will mute forest ambience day and night and desert ambience day and night. First prototype, yes, unless snow crickets. That'll be the excuse. No, they're just snow crickets. It's a fantasy world, idiots. Of course there are snow crickets in this world. Oh, you don't agree? Well, why don't you go make your own game without snow crickets? Have fun adjusting the ambient volume. Bozo. You jabroni. Okay, let's see if it works. Should work. I think she'll trigger. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hear them. Just the weather. So no birds over the weather. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect. Wait, that's the wrong one. Kill the damn birds with rain. And for sure, like the transition into these weather patterns would be a bit more natural. So, should be. Maybe it sounds really good. Thank you. The moment I added it, it was like, whoa. This adds so much more immersion to the feelings of immersion to the project. Here's the thing, the snow gets rid of it too, but the snow I don't think has any ambient volume. There's no ambient sounds to the snow. Well, hold on. I think there might be. Oh, it's really, really subtle. It's barely noticeable. Are you listening to your fingers? Yes. I am fingering my ear holes. The volumetric fog looks really nice too. You can kind of see it on the stream probably, but it's much more noticeable if you play it. And the build will be available this Friday, barring no issues. You'll be able to see it. One Owl, how you doing? It has been a long time. Under Fiverr offers design consult, like game design. I've been thinking about putting game design consultation stuff on Fiverr, actually. I just don't know if people want it. Regarding my question, I can't think of anything right now. It would probably have something to do with both the storyline and game design. You probably could do some time dilation stuff then. For how much? I don't know. I don't know what people would want. I mean, it depends what you want. If you just want me to like look over a GDD or something, or tell you if your game idea has commercial viability, I guess I would just charge maybe by like the hour. I don't know, 20, 25 bucks an hour. If you want me to do anything beyond consultation, like actually write or like fix something up or edit a design document, I think that would be more expensive. But for just bare consultation, I don't know, I could do 20, 25. US dollars. What is this game about? This game is an open world fantasy game, alchemy game, sorry. It's set in a fantasy world where the potions that you provide to the characters can change the outcomes of the characters' fates and stories. Start prices from 50. Yes, they do. Yeah. I think that's too much. Look, a good producer, I would pay like 50 an hour. But I think I could corner the market to some extent doing $20 to $25 an hour design consultations. And here in Poland, that would be quite a lot. Like, what was I making per hour as... How many work days in the average month? Like 22, 23? Let's say 22. 22 days. I work about 6 to 7 perfect hours on a day, right? Because you have like breaks and meals. 22 days. Let's say 6 perfect working hours in a day. 132 hours of working a month. I was making 6,000 Polish zloty netto before. 132. That's 45 zloty an hour divided by 4 for US dollars. And I was making about 11.5 US dollars an hour as a lead game designer. So, yeah, $20 to $25 an hour to do some design consultation. I'll do it. No problemo. You're American living in Poland? Yeah. Polska górom. Or Polish? I mean, I'm living in Kraków. 6K is not decent in Kraków, I don't know. It's expensive as shit to live here. You have rents like 2.5 to 3K for a mediocre apartment. 6 kgs nuts in your mouth? True. How many testicles do you... Okay, you know what? Let's not go there. How much is that in Australian? What, the 6,000 or the US dollars? About times 1.5. So if you're charging like 25, you're looking at $38 Australian an hour. Imagine having 3.5 in Kraków. Yeah, I have no right to complain. Let's put it that way. There's somebody in chat who has infinitely more right to complain about how much he makes living in Kraków. So if I don't owe you $20, you'll look over my GDD. Can even be live. Yeah, if you want 25 bucks an hour, I can look over. Just give you my thoughts. Both of you to assume I'm still not working in this company. True. Dude, we need to get that changed. We need to get that fixed so badly. If you were asking me what company I worked for where I was making that much, my LinkedIn is not private. Put it that way. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the amount of time. I could set this to... I'm going to set this to a length of 1 second. And then I can expose a variable.
We still need money.
Fangs tipped $20. Consult me, daddy.
Damn it. Alright, I'll consult you. That was a really quiet alert too. Yeah, I'll fix that later, fuck it. I'm thinking of moving all my alerts over to a different platform anyway. So you want me to look over your GDD, Lazy Fangs? It's much better than updating my Fiverr page, I'll tell you that. A good storyline I can think of to test such time dilation is the story of Ark SE Survival Evolved, and all its DLCs merged into one to give the player infinite endgame storyline possibility. If you merged Ark and all of its DLCs into one, wouldn't that just take up like 2 terabytes? Open stream. Set play rate. I think it's a multiplier. So if you want it to go slower, not that big, that's what she said. Weather, volume change, rate. Really, it said you don't have access? It should be a public profile. You double check. I do that because, you know, if people need to find my profile, I want them to be able to find it. Visibility. Profile viewing, yeah, it was set to private. Weird. Okay, that should be fixed. Yeah, try it again. And tell me what you see. That's not good. I didn't know. I hope it wasn't like that forever. It would implementing infinite endgame possibilities for the player with such time dilation would almost be surreal for any game that exists. It would be pretty crazy. Working now, awesome. I wonder why I would have done that. I don't know. It could have just reset some options too. Maybe they updated their privacy settings and just reset everybody's info. I don't know. Hey, lazy things. You sent me the document. Are you serious? Do you want me to like look at it on stream or off stream? And this is not part of the hour, by the way. This is what do you want from this consultation? I think we need to divide it. The play rate is a multiplier at how fast it plays. So if we want this, if you put in 10, we need to make it 10 seconds, not 10 times the speed. We would need to divide 1 divided by the rate. Yes. Right? Half as long. 1 would be 2. New rates. Yeah. This should be fine. On stream it'll be funny. Okay, what do you want me to do with it? Just tell you if the game idea is good, if it's commercial, if you have enough to work with. Is it just a very general tell me what you think kind of situation? I think that's gonna take me a lot shorter time than 1 hour. Well, not until you read it. Well, I should be told something. General look if something is missing, and have a problem with the TD element as it's clashing with the core of the exploration. Okay. I will copy that. So we have a goal. Let me figure out this time of day thing first, though. It's kind of the last thing I want to do in the project today anyway, and then we can look over this on stream, and then we can just play a game or something. rate. Default play rate should be 10. Or even longer, maybe. Like 25. Because the transition length is 35% of $300. So it takes about a minute and a half to fully transition into new weather. I think. Put the prototype of my game for a full experience. Oh, now you want me to play test? I'm afraid that's the silver package that you'd have to purchase for my Fiverr page. Can I, let me force the rain. Let me force the rain. Trying to get their money. Yeah, it's the tier 2 package. Let me boost this to 1,000. And then I'll lower this by like, we'll do 120 min, 120 max. That should help. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes we should get rain, and we can tell if the birds are going away. You can't code. I mean, I can code a little bit, but I'm certainly better at reading code than I am at writing. I can understand the logic when reading code, but if you ask me to write code, not gonna. Tier 3 need will work on the game. Yeah, the tier 3 is I'll join your development team. Tier 4 is I will solo your project. Why does your in-game settings menu look like Win3? Because it's a prototype. That's exactly it. Like, any time spent on UI design is just kind of wasted time. It's meant to be functional over pretty. Pro tip: no UI. True. Are those bricks a part of mesh or just a texture? Hey, Lord of the Dreams. On the side of the building, that's just gonna be the. I think it's part of the mesh. Let me check. Nope, it's just texture. Pretty well done, too. Yeah. How did you do? You'd have to ask the person who made it. But I assume that they did that with normal and an ambient occlusion map. Or just with the texture and the shading. I think there's some AO on that. A little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't do it. If you want to know how much artistic skill I have, wait, hold on. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yeah, we'll wait 2 more minutes for it to switch back to something else. If you want to know the artistic ability that I have, you can press follow and use the cat emote. And that emote I made myself, and I'm very proud of it. And that is the limit of my artistic ability and expression. Exactly. Exactly. And anything that you see in the game right now that looks better than a colored cube was not made by me. And everything that doesn't look like a colored piece of shit in my game, like the cubes, will be replaced by an actual artist at some point. They're just placeholder. I can do a little bit of modeling, but mostly just to create some simple stuff. My beehive. I don't really follow software and game dev people only because I don't always come back. It just gets boring to me. Yeah, no worries. I think the game will look a lot more interesting to watch once it gets underway. Wait, hold on. Why does it happen so quickly? Did I mess up the play rate? One divided by 25. Maybe I don't need to do the 1 divided by. I thought play rate was a multiplier on its speed, but maybe it is just specifically how many seconds it takes to play. Am I crazy? Yeah, it's immediate. It's almost like it's backwards. Just try that. There's a multiply node. It's not connected as you see. Is it? I mean, I just disconnected this because I'm trying it just with the base rate. Because before I was doing the 1 divided by. Because I thought it was a multiplier at how fast it plays, which means 1 over 25 would mean, 1/25 of the rate, so essentially instead of taking 1 second, it would take 25 seconds. But it might be a multiplier. In which case I should do 25 for 25 seconds. We'll see. It'll be very noticeable. Yeah, I think the game will be a lot more interesting to watch when it actually is in production, especially once we start getting near like the end of our beta. And if there's like other people who stream instead of just me, it will be maybe you want to watch the artist do some work, maybe you want to watch level designers work, or some of the coders. We're gonna try to get everybody who wants to be on stream the ability to stream what they're working on. We don't have really any secrets. The gameplay loop is very simple. You get commission from an NPC, collect ingredients from the open world, make potion with the alchemy system, and provide the potion to the NPC to see their outcome. However, there's also a lot of sub loops especially for the open world, and nuance there. There's a lot of activities, dungeons, potion combat, farming, fishing, secrets and puzzles. Now it's immediate.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
I will
Suicide
commit
is
suicide.
badass.
No.
Don't worry, it's just a scam. We don't have to thank the scam followers. Are these like custom quests or generated? So we intend for them to be entirely handwritten, and all with unique handwritten characters with voice acting, no AI generated text. You're going to be able to explore who they are, their lore, where they come from, and choose if you want to help them or ignore them, purposefully get them killed. It's really going to depend on how you want to play. Perfect timing for that follow sound, yeah. Why is it not working? I mean, this is exactly how it should work. Set the play rate. You play from start. You know what, maybe I'll just manually set it. It really doesn't matter. I'll just set it to 25 seconds. One. If it was AI generated, he would have to pay for it. Those aren't free. No, we want these characters. So, you know, I feel really strongly towards like RPGs, and I want this to be a more traditional understanding of the term role-playing game. So, right, you know, modern kind of terms is perks, progression, levels up, right? But this will be more of you are playing a role and you get to decide how you want to play it. Do you want to be the evil alchemist? Do you want to be the good alchemist? Do you only want to serve potions to people who agree with you ideologically, or vice versa? And each of these NPCs is going to have an impact on, of course, certain parts of the world. So, you know, a common example that we use is like an assassin, and if you provide him poison, maybe he kills a king, and now this kingdom is, you know, goes through some war turmoil. More refugees show up to your hut. Things of that nature. And then at the end of the game, we want to have small either cutscenes or narrated cards to show you what happened to each of the NPCs following the end of the game, and what happened to 8 regions of the world, depending on the choices that you made. Do I have to learn alchemy? I mean, you have to learn the system, but it's a pretty free-form system. I can show it off while we wait for our thing to work. If you've played Elder Scrolls, some of this is going to look pretty similar. Let's raise to it. You have your ingredients. You put them in the cauldron. And the effects that are in the potion are related to the effects that are on the ingredients themselves. You know, it's very free-form. Whatever you want to do with it, you can. You can make great potion, shitty potion. Just paralysis if you want. Paralysis 1. And you can alter the state of ingredients. So we can grind up a blue desert flower, we can dry it out, and these change both the effects and the flavor. You see damage mana 2, damage mana regen 2, slow 1. So it increases the damage mana effects, but makes the slow effect worse. So if we were trying to make something that was, you know, damaging mana, we could get that in there. Throw something else in there that's pretty bad. This one's good. Yeah, there we go. Nice harming potion. Any potions to make someone's Johnson bigger? Yes. If you drink the strongest paralysis potion, your dick will get bigger, I promise. Okay, should start raining soon. And I should note that the effects that you see are placeholder. The flavor system is first iteration and needs a big overhaul. And all of the effects are discovered right now to test. In the final game, you would have to discover these aspects. Can we help the man in black save the princess from Pumperdink? It's such a good movie, dude. Princess Bride is such a good movie. Why does it happen immediately? It's like... I think there's an issue with the volume multiplier being larger than 1. There's something weird with it. It's like first setting it to a value and then... I think because the current ambient volume is 0.75. It's grabbing this, but it's grabbing 0.75, so it's immediately dropping it by 25% and then lerping it properly. I mentioned dungeons. I'm wondering, will there be swords or anything of that nature? No. You will use your potions in combat. So the potions you make, you can use for NPCs. You can drink them yourself. You can throw them in combat. So you'll be wanting to make potions of all types, right? And use them for various purposes. And also to solve secrets and puzzles, you will have to use your potions too. The combat's going to be more mechanical based. So instead of dealing like numbers of HP damage to lower a health bar, you will be countering mechanics of enemies that you see utilizing potion effects. So if something seems like if it's some like golem, rock golem, and you throw a potion that causes some fire, it's not going to do anything. But if you throw something that maybe causes some acid, that could be useful. And if you don't have anything that causes acid, you could throw something that maybe slows it down or paralyzes it temporarily so that you can run around it or run away from it. This is more of a casual game. Casual, but not shallow. Put it that way. I mean, propagate fire across the map. I don't know if it'll be across the map, but maybe to some of the like local area. It would be funny. It would be funny if you could cause a wildfire. How did I fix this? If I set the current ambient volume to 1. Okay, so we'll fix it this way. It's an easy fix. In the map, instead of putting 1, I'll just put 0.75. But the daytime ambience volume multiplier is 1, so why does it bump it down to... We're not getting the Q volume multiplier. It should be proper. We're lerping between A and B. Grab current ambient volume, which is 1. And we lerp down to 0. What's the issue here? I guess I could just print it. Don't need no water. Okay, start this at 1. It's just gonna be lerping between 1 and 1, that's fine. What? Slurping down to 0? Oh, it's to 0.75. Yeah, yeah. Let me fix that back up. That's fine. Not a bug. We could say that if the intended end of the lerp is going to be the same as what it is now, we could just skip that. We could do that. Let's see. What? Oh, it's just the reset. Pretty relaxing though. Definitely the vibe that we're going for with the game is just chill, make some potions, go explore. NPC needs your help, go talk to them. Wait, what? Wait. What? It says I have 48 viewers. I don't have 48 viewers. Are there bots watching me? Who's a bot? Who's a bot in chat? Yeah, that's what I thought. They're all bots. Or I guess if nobody answered, then none of you are bots. Beep boop. Hey, 3D modeling. How did you manage to snag the name 3D modeling? Like somebody in an online game getting the name Jesus. Okay, so switching to partly cloudy. Shouldn't be. I need it to rain. Okay, I'll wait 2 more minutes then. It's immediately setting it to 0.5. Why is it changing weather so much? I don't know what I got. I was just surprised that no one had it. Maker me easily only 1 L. Poor sister, lazy. Don't cancel me. Shit, he moved. Well, maybe you should have called yourself Very Productive Fangs instead of Lazy Fangs. No, there is only one L in modeling, not two L's. A catchphrase. Is it a UK and US thing? One of the many examples? Okay. Yeah, it's pretty glossy from the rain. I think I could adjust that on a per material basis. Specular. Obviously it looks better on the rocks than it does the... Alright, calm down. Oh, thunderstorm has started. Yeah, I mean, the lack of like the ambient sounds when the weather sounds are playing is great. 100% great. The transition is fucked up, and I don't understand why. Yeah, that's the end of it. They call trucks lorries. They do call trucks lorries. They call elevators lift. That one's less ridiculous. I mean, why do we call bathrooms bathrooms when you don't take a bath in them? But why are they called water closets? I mean, that's just as stupid as bathroom. It should be called the toilet room. Or the piss room. But you don't just piss in the piss room, so it should just be called the toilet room. Going back to rain. And let's still say I have 50 viewers. You know what it might be? You know what it might be? I did embed my stream into my website. You think people are watching from there? Because they wouldn't show up in chat because they'd be guests to Twitch. They don't have an account. Oh no. Is it all the people? I'm not Fextra lifing it, okay? It's just on my homepage. And it's very big. It's very big. I have been like trying to promote the stream more, so maybe some people without Twitch accounts are watching. Which, if that's the case, hello people. I hope you enjoy watching me debug why a timeline isn't functioning properly. It's not working. Like, it should grab 1. Play from start. Lerp between, in this case, 1 and if it's switching to rain, it should be 0 based on the alpha. And it's like it's immediately switching to 50 for some reason. Like right off the bat, it's switching it to 50%. Make it warm. What if it's Microsoft and they're hearing all the bad stuff that I said? I didn't say that bad of stuff. Maybe they're publishers. Maybe their publishers are like, we want to see this game. We want to see who this man is. Is he the kind of man that would add moaning to a beach ball? No. Not possible. Is he the kind of man that would take the 2005 Indian movie No Entry and turn it into a meme in game? No. Not Microraptor. The wind's pretty loud. It comes into frames so quickly. You're like, oh, what's over here? And then it's just, bam, no entry. It's so stupid. And I love it so much. Like, it sets 1. Oh, I switched to cloudy, okay. I mean, it might be switching to rain. Let's give it a second. Yeah, it's like immediately switching to 50%. Why? It's not even triggering this anymore. It's... So I don't like account for this already, do I? Or do you think there's something within the weather system that is doing this on its own? It shouldn't be. Is there any other way that I could do this? We could try to just play and not play from start. Because if it's already playing, it's just going to keep playing. And if it's already finished, then it's, of course, it's going to play from start. So this would just kind of keep it going on whatever it was doing. But current ambient volume, I mean, we only use it here. It's not used anywhere else. Right? Yeah. And we should only be able to grab it once per, well, in this case, 25 seconds, because that's how long this track is. Let's try it. I will show you. I actually haven't checked if it works. I can check it. I think it auto plays. Muted. Yeah. See? We're here. It's us. See, this is much bigger than Fextra Life had it. And it's also relevant, unlike Fextra Life. I have so much trash I have to clean up. It's so good that you guys can't see it. Thank the Lord you can't see how much trash I have in here. Okay, please start raining. It's just immediate. There's no blur. What is going on with this fucking timeline? Just I mean, is it just changing too quickly? Like, what is actually causing them? It's like it's continuing from where it left off. These are two different things. This is the... I feel like these two volume multipliers are separate. Either that or I'm going crazy and I'm just grasping at straws. I want it to finish. Because it's certainly not going to change fast enough for this to be of any... We'll just let it finish. So it's an issue of it... Wait, what? I think one thing that we could do to assist this is create a sequence. Technically these are supposed to be executable, we'll see. I could put a delay on the do ones. Let me do that. That way we'll ensure that it's being reset first. A hacky way to do it, but clean that up after I test it. This should reset it if I force the weather. Yes. But now it's like starting from half. Why is it going between like 0.6? Where is it getting these numbers from? Just like jumps up to 0.77. Makes no sense. Like we're setting this value. These values should be the same, these volume multipliers. And we can see it, that it's accurate. But we're changing it from wherever current ambient volume starts is our starting point. It's our A of our lerp. So the moment I switch the weather, whatever is this value that's going up and you can see on the screen should be our new starting point for the lerp, because we're restarting the interpolation to B. So if we're starting at 0.5 and we're going to 0, it's going to go from 0.5 to 0. If we're starting at 0 and going to 1, it should start from 0 and go to 1 over the course of this timeline, because our lerp track is just a 0 to 1 over 25 seconds. And it functions properly when it starts from 0 or 1, but it doesn't function properly when we're starting from a non-0 or non-1 number. I think. Like this just set it to 1. Poof. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Ow. We can see it's at 0.85 roughly. I press this and now for some reason it's at 0.6. And I think it's purely an issue here with for some reason calling the current, getting the volume multiplier and setting ambient volume based on that is causing some issue. Because this number is just wrong. I don't know why. It is 2. It is. It's exactly what I thought. It's the hitting the sound volume multiplier is different than this volume. There's 2 volume multipliers here. Where's the detail? There's a volume multiplier here, and there's one somewhere else. There's like an underlying one. So I think it's fucking up somewhere because I get the audio. Adjust volume. And then I grab the volume. Randomization. Oh, this function allows designers, that's me, to trigger an adjustment to the sound instance's playback volume with options for smoothly applying a curve over time. Would have been great to know that this existed in the first place. I don't need to do any of this timeline bullshit. I can just I believe I can quite legitimately just plug this in here. I swear to God, if this works smoothly, I'm gonna be upset. It turned it off. It didn't turn it back on. Why? Is it just not finding it? Hold on. I don't think that's working either. Like, it turns it off, but it can't turn it back on. Oh, it's right. Wait, it's an adjust. Wait. No, it's just set the audio component to. Haven't we used this note somewhere else? I swear we've used it somewhere else, and there was something weird with it. No, I know we've used this somewhere else. What? Oh. I mean, here, it's again, we're just setting the volume multiplier. This is fun. This is just so fun. Should I just remake it? Should I just try to remake it? Do once for safety. On the start of that do once, daytime ambient, get volume multiplier. But this is the wrong one. This is like some separate volume multiplier. We don't want to use the audio component volume multiplier. We want to set this. Maybe it's this one. So like the issue is that the wrong things are being set. And I am also loading Visual Studio apparently because I double clicked on something I didn't mean to. No, get out of here. Please close. I think we want to set this one. Okay, let's try this. It's still starting from 75. But I think I might know why it's starting from 75. I'm not gonna judge it from there. We're gonna let it get to like 1 or 0. Starting from 75, I know why, because that's like the default volume multiplier for a lot of things. I'm gonna let it get to 0. I mean, add on to that, we can still hear the fucking birds. So clearly that is I mean, if that's the wrong thing to set, then it has to be the wrong thing to... Not backwards, is it? If it's the wrong thing to set, then maybe it's the wrong thing to get. Right, this targets the audio component. So we need to get the audio component here and grab that. Even though it says audio component object reference. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I'm going crazy. Can I just get volume? Like randomization though. It's the only thing. Read the value of variable volume multiplier. And we already do this. We already do this in the audio controller. With the trigger in this case being the player going through it. And that's just set volume multiplier. And we set a new time based on the volume multiplier. We could do it that way. Basically grab the volume multiplier, set it between this is kind of shit, but it might work. Still working on sound. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. It's so weird. It's like there's two separate values here. In fact, I'm almost convinced that's exactly what it is. Is that the number we're setting is different than the number we're getting. Which is why they're just... The moment I go back to 1, it's... I switch it to snow, and the ambient volume is 0. Somehow the daytime ambience volume multiplier has been set to 0. Especially when it should be 25. Wait, hold on. I mean, it should be. You set the. We could do it a different. We could do it a different way. We could do it a different. Let's try that different way. I don't know why you guys are still watching this at this point. It's just sad. Delete all this for the moment. This is okay, the map is okay.
It's just a prototype.
It's just a prototype. We're gonna get this figured out. It could also be that the LERP can't. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, coders, but the linear interpolate between two floats should work in both directions. If A is -1, or let's just say if A is 0 and B is 1, you're gonna go +0 to 1. If your A is 1 and your B is 0, when you LERP, it'll go from 1 to 0. It shouldn't matter, it just is going to move between... It's just going to interpolate between those two numbers. Yeah, so I mean, I don't... Setting... Okay, so what we did before was we set a... We had a LERP. We set A equal to the current ambient volume, and B equal to this variable based on our LERP track, right? So if current ambient volume is 1, and we need to move to 0, as we move along the track, 1 to 0. A isn't constantly changing though. A is set once before we start the, so we had to do once, I'll put it back. We had to do once, right? Where we take daytime ambience, we get the volume multiplier, and we set current ambient volume equal to, and then we play it from start. So we're LERPing between whatever the volume multiplier was when we want to start changing it to whatever it should be. And we're making sure that we start the track, the slurp track between 0 and 1, again for the alpha. So if it's 0.5, we need to move to 1. It'll move between 0.5 and 1. We're LERPing the multiplier, the volume multiplier. It's right here. It's a volume multiplier. We're setting current ambient volume, this variable, as the volume multiplier. I could just change this current. I'll just change it to make it a bit easier to understand. Current ambient volume mult. Or like, I don't know, cached. I'll make it even better. Cached ambient volume mult. We're moving between the cached float value and whatever we need to move to, and our alpha is always starting over from 0 to 1. What if the multiplier changes the ambient value? Nothing will happen, because we're only setting this once, and in order for the do once to be reset, this needs to finish. It shouldn't be. I'll run through it again. I'll kind of set it up to the way we had before, because it doesn't seem like there should be any issue here. When the weather changes, we fire do once, we cache the ambient volume multiplier, whatever it is at the moment. We then start the timeline to lerp between whatever the cached value is and the new value that we need to move to, and we always start the timeline over. And it cannot be triggered again until it finishes and fires the reset on the do once. That's it. And somehow this number, even though it is showing as being the same as the value of this lerp, is magically changing when we fire this do once again. Even though we can watch a change here, we can watch a change here, and it's the exact same number. But for some reason, when I fire a new weather into it, this just immediately changes the volume multiplier for no reason. I don't know what it is. I can show it because we were printing it. Print the screen, the value. We have it at 1.0. Obviously the ambience is fully in swing. See, our values are fine because it's trying to move between 1 and 1, whatever. I set this to a different... Like, you can see the cache is fine. But it's like it's not grabbing the right volume multiplier here. So weird. It's not even refiring this either. There's only one instance of this in the scene. There's only one instance. Only one ambient time of day. There's only one timeline that can be playing at the time with this. And it's this timeline. It's really weird. Yeah, I can. Print two once occurred. Two once fired. Gonna fire it right at the start of the game. You can see it's not firing because there's no, we haven't passed that 25 seconds. It takes 25 seconds for this timeline to finish. And then it fires the reset. Yeah, it's a 25-second lerp. Based on this this track. So we use this as 0 to 1 for the alpha. Yeah. And every time it should restart that 0 to 1. We do reset it. It plays from start. It plays from the start of the track. Yeah, you can see the timer here. I'll put it up. You can see it there. If I switch the weather, it's just gonna keep going with what it was supposed to do. Which, for right now, is supposed to be fine, but it is also affecting the, it's kinda hard to see. I do need to print this. That way we can actually watch this value too. You can see this value is changing, and it shouldn't be changing, because we're not resetting the cached ambient volume multiplier. At no point is this changing, because we're not firing the do once again. And only now is it ready to fire again. The float value, the bottom one that's changing right now, shouldn't change when I press 1, and yet it does. Well, something must be changing it, I just don't know where it would be. Well, no, it shouldn't change. It shouldn't change. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Because while we set the cached value, and the cached value is working fine, I think it's because it'd be grabbing this every tick based on the current weather name. We only want to grab that once. Let me just see if that works. Yeah, we printed the screen. It's not the volume multiplier that's changing. I think it's the B that's changing. That's it. We were focusing on volume multiplier. I think it's the B. Yes, this part. Okay, so now this is accurate. Sequence. Reset. Do a tiny delay to make sure that that happens first. No, it should. Now it should smoothly move between 0 and 1. No. Why? Yeah, that's okay. No, that's okay. Because we want to trigger it again when the weather changes. But then it should cache the current ambient volume, which, if it's at 0.9, it should cache it at 0.9. And then the new volume to move to should be B. But it should only change those once. Not that complex. It's really simple. It's supposed to grab values and then lerp between values. That's it. And it's grabbing values here and then lerping here. That's all. But I want to make sure that it's only grabbing these values once each time we trigger it, just to be safe. I mean, we could pretend not to be safe for the moment and just skip the do ones. Yeah, see, somehow the volume multiplier. Well, I mean, that's probably okay because we aren't setting the volume multiplier. That might just be have been for me deleting things to try to test it and not actually getting it. That could be fine. I may have fixed it with the caching fix actually. I just forgot to reinsert this node. I may have fixed it. Let me put that back. Printed. Oh, I don't want that there. What? mean, this could work. You know what? I'll just do it this way. Yeah, it's fixed. It was just a caching problem of that map value. I was so focused on the volume multiplier that I just didn't even think about that map value. Like it's never gonna change. The weather's never gonna change this fast in the game. So even though it restarts that 25 seconds every time to finish the lerp, so we can kind of essentially prolong moving from 5 seconds down to, or from a multiplier of 5% down to 0%. That's only an issue because I'm changing the weather so quickly. We could fix that pretty easily. We could probably just take the current multiplier and how would we do that? We do a 1 minus on the multiplier and use that to lerp between 0 and the track length. That would solve it. We reset volume multiplier minus lerp 0, and in this case it's 25. Set new time. Instead of play from start, just play. I think that would enable it to, at the same it's starting at 0. Okay, hold on, I don't think the 1 minus is correct. That should be correct. Volume multiplier, 1 minus. I guess it depends on what direction we want to go. No, it should be fine. It would be it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Fuck it. At this point, I'm so done with this. It works. Just don't change the weather too quickly, or it's gonna be a little weird, but it won't break it. Oopsies, that was... It is functional. Jesus Christ. Wait. not the first time that's happened. It won't be the last time that. Okay. Yeah, that's much better now. I mean, when you look at it like this, it was very simple. It was because I was calling this every tick. When we want to cache the volume that we want to move to. Because obviously you don't want anything on your alert to change except for the alpha, and we were changing B. I thought we were changing A, but we were changing B. So hyper-focused on A. Okay, let's give it one test. Just to see if it works as it should. And then we can start looking at your document, Lazy Fangs. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright. Good stuff. I like how the actual bugs are much quicker to solve than the bugs that I create intentionally. Let me boost up the volume. Music, nothing, ambience max. Do it. Eight. Can't be. Nine. I mean, hopefully it changes to rain, then we'll know for sure. Gonna change. Clouds are coming in. Okay. Rain. Yeah, they're gone. Pretty subtle too. I'm actually thinking that might take too much time to change. But if I speed it up too much, it's more noticeable. So maybe it's just okay. Like, don't touch it. It works fine. Certainly don't touch it because it spent like the last hour working on that. Or seven, eight. Was it 2 hours? Holy shit. See, there's a smart reason why we add buffer period to our production cycle, and it's exactly for situations like this, where you don't expect something is going to take as long as it does, and it does take that long. We're just going to wait for it to switch back to some sunny weather or something, or like cloudy. It changes every 2 minutes, so it shouldn't take too long. My Sudoku's correct. Lazy Fangs, you still around? You fall asleep? You're dead? Okay. Shit. This is Mom. Hello, Lazy Mom. Mom Fangs. Big boy dead watching your stream. Yeah, I mean, fair. What's going on? Why does this happen? Doing a camera trace to occlude sounds. We shouldn't have to do that. We set up manual sound occlusion. Mentally stronger than me, I had an issue attaching a flashlight to my player. Everything was right. The flashlight disappeared from world, appeared on player, but didn't go to the position I wanted. Finally fixed it, then the damn light broke and I closed the project. I don't blame you. Some days I've done that. I think we had a couple days like that on stream where it's just... It's like, nope. Nope. I'm dealing with that tomorrow. I am no longer working today. Game dev is over. You little bitch. I know why the occlusion's occurring. I want to fix that. It is a bit of a problem. Was the rain stopping? I hope it switches back to something where the ambient sounds come back on, because it would sound pretty good if that worked. Damn it. You know, it's funny thing too is that the animals will trigger the same logic. So if you manage to have it moaning and pass it to an animal without it hitting the ground, it should also trigger the moan. Or if an animal is somehow able to keep it in the air for 10 hits, it will start to moan as well. Make the ball turn into an anime girl. I could change its like texture. Oh. I got the ball stuck in the tree. Well, that's realistic. Damn it. One hell of a sexy jutsu, yeah. It keeps changing to rain because I set the chance at like 1,000. Great. Set it to British weather. I mean, I assume that it works. I didn't even think it could happen. There's not much collision up in these trees once you get past a certain point. Kind of interesting. I could, yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll just set these to... It should now only switch between rain and clear skies. So 4 minutes, we should have the test. We get the rain to affect the friction of the ball. We could. I don't know how we would get that to really have much of an impact with the player. I do want to increase the mass of it a little bit, because it does kind of go a bit too far sometimes. letting me launch that thing. We can even get the snails to play with it too, if we can find a snail. I know where there are some snails. They should play with it. The float on water, yes and no. And the reasons aren't going to be satisfactory for either of my answers here. The ball does float on the lake, and the reason is because the lake has full collision, so you can Jesus yourself on the lake. It does not float, however, on the rivers, because the rivers have no collision, so nothing floats in them. And therefore, neither is satisfactory.
It's just a prototype.
Prototype. I would like to have proper water and swimming though. And I don't think it would be too tough to implement. Oh, snail's going for it. Oh, you can't see him. He's there. Oh shit, dude, he launched it. Oh my god. Dude, he fucking launched it so far. Oh, this one's going in. Oh my god, amazing. I mean, why make potions when you can watch animals play with balls? Beach balls. I really feel like all the animals just kind of move in this direction, or try to. You're weird. I'll have to debug the animals, because I really am feeling just like they try to move to the opposite end of the map, and then they'll just stop. I don't know what they do. They're supposed to just kind of meander, unless scared. Oh, they're not picking a new location. We can get that fixed. They're only picking a location once, and when they move to it, they stop. So that's why we encounter so many animals that are just kind of stopped. Does scaring them make them choose a new location? Or will they go back to the original? It makes them choose a new one. Something about it just makes it feel like they're just like literally going in a straight line somewhere. And then they just stop. I don't know, I'll get that looked at. Hey, can it not be raining anymore? Please? Didn't last this long. It'd only be 2 minutes. Just waiting for the rain to stop. I mean, I guess I could force it at this point. I kind of want to just make sure it can work normally and naturally. Weird collision in here. Look at that. Okay, it's still raining. Wonderful. Well, I guess no sunny weather for us. That's sad. I mean, I didn't accidentally keep one of the rain and clear skies. Yeah, those are the only ones. And avoid repeating weather types. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's assume that that was a natural progression. Ambient sounds come back. Works as it should. Oh, and there's a rainbow too. Reading rainbow. What about a breeding rainbow? Like a rainbow that you breed under. Kinda hot. And if we turn the music on, we can go over to our no entry. I love it. Okay. Well, I will consider it working and functional and happy and not sad and not depressive. And now we can do what? Oh. Filter probability. Bug? Not a bug that I caused, that's a bug in UDS. Not really something we need to worry about. Cloudy, foggy, rain light, snow light, overcast, partly cloudy. Snow, rain, thunderstorm. Equal probability all. And I was gonna see if there was a way that we could make it so that the sound. I thought we were supposed to turn this off. What's LPF frequency? Max distance that the trace is used for occlusion will test. 4D5. How big is that? I think that's pretty big. 4,500? Would that be 450 or would it be 4.5? Scale. Either 4.5 or... We don't want it to occur on the trees, right? We don't want it to occur... So I'm thinking maybe we just don't use automatic attenuation and we just place volumes. But I felt like we tested that yesterday and the volumes didn't work. But we do, I mean, we have occlusion volumes on the mines and the cave. And they do work. I'm nearly 100% sure on that. We do. That's what this is. UDS occlusion volume. Affects sound occlusion interior adjustments. As long as the occlusion sampling mode is set to take times in sampling. But I don't want automatic occlusion. I want Occlusion mode. Test if inside occlusion volume. Okay. That's what we want. We only want that. Show me where this is, because I'll just duplicate it and I'll send it somewhere. UDS alchemy occlusion setting. Okay, test if inside occlusion volume. Trace distance shouldn't matter because that we're only going to test occlusion volumes. And now because of that, blueprints, occlusion. I should be able to put a volume in here now. Set it to sphere. Copy. Paste. You just make it a capsule. A bit better. Should work. It's pretty extreme. I think I can adjust that though. I think I can adjust the time it takes for that to change. Somehow I fucked up the... What? That was weird. It's a pretty fast change, isn't it? Okay, that's good. I thought we couldn't bug these audio controllers, but I guess we can bug them a little bit. I gotta worry about it. Alchemy occlusion, the update period is how quickly it happens, I think in seconds? Or maybe not? Hold on, I'm gonna do it this way. Because if I can trace, if I can show the debug on these traces. Wait, we're not even using, hold on. When is the doc review? It's gotta be soon, I really have to do it. I'm not trying to forget, I'm just trying to clean up. I'm trying to finish what I'm trying to do today. It's not intentional. I promise you. I want to make sure I can focus on that entirely and not have things that I need to try to remember when I come back. If that makes sense. Put this in your customer satisfaction. What's a strobe light? I mean, it needs to be relatively high, right? The trace distance? What happens if we increase this? This is the last thing, by the way. Like, how do I prevent this from happening? Obviously, the sounds shouldn't be occluded here. They are. does nothing. Vertical. I mean, I guess I could change a trace channel so that... But I'd essentially have to update... Well, I could do it in one... I could either update all the meshes in the world to a different channel. But visibility is the most obvious. I think it should work that way. Still kind of occludes it a little. Wasn't there some rocky overhang where this was occurring? I guess it would occur because it's... No. There's no personal identifying information on that document, right, Laserfangs? I think this is okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, I can still hear it a little bit, which I mean, not the end of the world. Especially because this is the loudest weather that you'll have is the thunderstorm. I think it's good enough. Can adjust it more if needed, especially after testing. Level barrier, day-night ambience view. Okay, no Honkai Star Rail. Fix some more bugs. Audio volume changes. No entry. We still have a couple things that we can fix up tomorrow, but it'll be very, very minor. At this point, we're just kind of nitpicking. Okay, document review time. Where is the link to it? In Discord. I'm just gonna open it up. Double check. Request edit access. I don't think we need to do it. Yeah, looks okay. Hey, Mr. Phoebo. How you doing? Okay. You're good. We're all good. Or we review this. Okay, let me read what you said. General look of something is missing, and I have a problem with the tower defense element, especially with the core that is. What are your pillars? What are your pillars for the game? Where's your gameplay loop? No gameplay loop and pillars. Uh-oh. Oh, the genre section? Okay. Survivors genre. Defend for a set amount of time from countless enemies while leveling up. I've been game dev. It's true. Is it bean or bin? Like, I have been to the store. Okay, it's bean. Bean, but bean, okay. Spend for a set amount of time from countless enemies while leveling up, gaining new powers and weapons. Each minute the enemy spawn pattern changes, enemies also get stronger. Okay, so survivors, as it says. Put down towers and stations to heal, buff and defend, or like outposts you can rest around. Okay. Roguelite, as you lose, you gain points toward meta progression. Each run starts the player with one weapon. Starts the player with one weapon and upgrade. What mini PC was it that you got? I took the box home. I can maybe find it. By the way, I'm just memeing Lazy Fangs. I don't care if it takes longer than an hour. This. Don't worry. When did I buy it? This. Take a screenshot. Hot girlfriend beach adventure. This is the one I bought. About 150, 200 bucks. About 150. And it was specifically the one with the N95. The N95 CPU is going to perform just a little bit better for streaming than the N100. I think. I mean, they should both perform about the same. 720p, 60 FPS, 1080p, 30 FPS. You won't be able to do like too much with any other software. I mean, you can have like Stream Deck software, no problem. But you know, you're going to be pushing it at that point. And you won't be able to do a different bitrate for recording if you want to record. You'll have to just record with the stream settings, so stream encoder. But it does work, and it's pretty cheap. And it has, it had Windows already installed and everything, so it just worked. Okay, so I can see already, in my opinion, that the tower defense does clash with survivors. Like, a lot of the goal of survivors games is to move around, find things, position yourself, and the tower defense aspect is directly contradictory to that. And most survivors games kind of get around this by making it an ability, you know, that places like a turret or something, or a turret that moves with you. I have some suggestions on how to deal with that. At the very bottom. Remove mechanics. I like it. I like the suggestion of just Is it remove the tower defense mechanic as a whole? This thing sucks. Solutions, remove the thing. Make a picnic blanket on which you can drop buildings and wizards, wrap them up into play. I mean, this is core to it. You want to make tower defense survivors, right? And if you remove tower defense, you essentially just have a survivors game. So you're removing the combination that you want. So your goal is, how can we make tower defense work with survivors? Yeah, let me at least read that first, because I have some ways that it can potentially be solved. And we'll see. Okay, roaming, collecting items, leveling up. Use a wizard to acquire that list. Let me zoom in for blind people. Well, helper's the main source of. Okay. You have your character and then wizards that are. Carry on their back. Okay. Pitch this wizard thing to me. What's the inspiration, or, you know, tell me what game I can use as a reference for this mechanic. Synergies. Stacking and synergies. Do they like revolve around the player? Are they just part of the player's attacks? So they are the attacks? Help your weapon differences. They define the attacks. So it is, the wizards are like, it's for vampire survivors, it would be the items, right? So the fire-breathing wizard is, you could, it would be the equivalent of an item. Okay, I see. Okay. Salamanders, these. Oh, love it. Players can choose to carry out wizards with them and or build up an outpost to heal. So you can use the wizards to build outposts. Like if you want a... Yeah, okay. Even NPCs unlocks leveled upgrade and next round. Each NPC also grants a permanent. Okay. Here's an option. You can tell me what you think of this. You have 20 minutes, right? Random levels. Random placement of a certain number of towers. You can augment that tower with wizards and it will last either for a certain number of attacks or a certain amount of time. Choose. This way you can still utilize the tower defense method, but you use them as sort of like power-up. You can do handmade maps, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If they're handmade or random, that aspect doesn't matter, but then you can use these as, let's say each handmade map has 3 towers, each tower lasts for 1 minute. And you can boost this tower with your wizards, right? You use some wizards, you boost the tower. That way, the tower defense aspect still exists as a mechanic, but it's more of a way to give yourself a momentary bit of power. However, the downside is that you have to stay in range to maximize that usage. I know you want the player to build it and decide where to put it, but I don't think that there's... I mean, you could do it, you could do that way too. But it should be finite. And maybe it's listed somewhere that it's finite. Well, that's why I was saying the random points, right? But if they're handmade maps, you're right. I mean, the player would already know where they are after playing it a few times. The random aspect would at least, you'd have to search around and say, okay, I know where this one is, I know where this one is, I'm going to use this for mid-round boss and this one for end-game boss, right? You want the player to plan a route pre-run. That will limit replayability, I think. I mean, maybe that's fine, but just so you know. Oh, this one I want to save. Okay, so there is... Okay. Let me back up before you type. So there is some... What's the word? Starts with a P. Persistence between runs. So once you save X in that map, that X will not be in that map again. Okay. Okay. Then I don't think that the tower defense aspect... I don't think there's any issue with it, as long as the towers are... They're costing a resource, wizards. And let me just... How do you earn wizards? Leveling up? Leveling up. Okay, so it's costing you some levels, essentially, to... Let me ask this too. When you level up, you get a wizard. If you use a lizard, do you... Wizard. Not lizard. Do you use one of your levels, or will you still have to... You're level 5. You have 5 wizards, let's just assume as an example. You use 2 wizards. Are you level 3 now, or are you still level 5, but you've used 2 of your wizards? If I explain that properly, I don't know if I did. You're still level 5, you can swap everything. So, as you use wizards, it will still be progressively more difficult to get wizards, so you don't want to waste them. You have to be strategic kind of when you use them, and know that you're kind of lowering your own power level temporarily until you get more levels. Well, that's what I'm thinking. So Because the way that I would balance it is, I like that you can only carry a certain number on your back, and that you have to use them as a resource to build towers. However, I think towers should be temporary in some way. Either if you want to do time-based, or if you're wanting them to be persistent from map to map, then I would do number of attacks based, and maybe the stronger wizard that you have, because you can level up your wizards, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on that. The more number you put in there, or the higher level of the one that you put in there, will determine how many shots it has left before it degrades and you have to build a new one. That way it's a debuff yourself to place strong thing that only lasts for a certain amount of time. So it's really good for if you're overwhelmed or if you're fighting the boss. But then of course staying in one place is also not always the greatest things in a survivor game, right? Level text to determine by the amount. Okay. So I mean, in that case, I would just then balance, if you did it either time-based or hits-based, then you can just balance the damage that it does and how long it lasts, how many hits it has left. My biggest concern at that point would be then, do players actually enjoy debuffing themselves to place a tower? Because all the rest of it is just balancing work. And I think that the enjoyment from placing this tower would be pretty good. Well, it costs you wizards, right? To place them. At least that's my understanding. How many sticks, stones, and leaves do you find in a level? How many towers can you build when you do a run? I mean, that can be balanced too, so that's not really an issue. Okay. Like everything number based is balanceable. That's easy to do. I think that the questions that I have would be, is there enough utility provided by a stationary tower in a survivor's like game? How many of these things should be allowed to be built at one time? How do you build them? Do players enjoy debuffing themselves to boost up, to build a tower? I think you're already going too low level with the towers. If this is your main, biggest question, I would start simple and determine what's the most fun thing to do, but also what's going to enable the game to actually function as it properly should. I think that there has to be some, Survivors games are very quick decisions. It's all based on quick decisions. So if the player can carry a tower on their back, there's no decision to be made there. I think more of a decision would be where to place the tower. So far, all players ask me, can they carry the tower? If you want the player to be able to carry the tower, then I would nerf their speed a little bit while they're carrying it, and of course then it can't fire while they're carrying it. So you can move them, but you know, it's something that you need to be careful about doing. Otherwise, there's just no cost to it. And then make the tower degrade so that it is a temporary, powerful buff, essentially. Think of it like a power up, right? Your tower is your power up. Power ups last a limited number of time or resource. Either way, I mean these towers are power ups and they can't be permanent, and they should be costly in some way. But I don't see any reason why towers couldn't work in this type of game in some way, right? As long as you don't, or if you want to capitalize on the idea of the best way to use some of them is to stand still around them, and the best way to use others is to move them around. I mean, maybe there's some interesting things there. I mean, like, let's say theoretically that the player is only going to be able to earn a max level of 30 in a map. Probably. Then, and if a tower costs, let's say, 3 wizards or something of some type that you want to throw into it, then you know that the players are probably going to only build a maximum of 5 towers, right? Carry 15 on their back, build 5 towers. So you can balance even if they're powerful, you can still balance their usage, right? And you do want it to be powerful. Survivor games are power fantasies, so making the player really powerful for a period of time is great. A great feeling. Player will have to navigate a map, narrow pathways, and obstacles. They are unlikely to come back to an area. But does the player spend time in an area to do something? Like in Deep Rock Galactic Survivors, right? You stay in an area maybe to mine something or to wait for a pod to be launched. You only carry a max 15, but you can level up to like 60. I mean, again, whatever you can carry max and your max level, those are numbers that can be balanced. So we can counterbalance everything as long as the numbers are there. We just need to know which variables is this based on. I mean, if the player is moving around too much right now, you can always find game mechanics to insert that will slow them down. Or make them stay in an area for a short amount of time to maybe do something, make them solve a little puzzle. So use 2 parts of their brain to both watch the enemies that are coming and to solve a quick puzzle. And in that case, being able to place towers might be able to augment, make it a bit easier to do. Yeah, and hard waves that require bunkering, all of those things to help to slow the player down or keep them in a place for a short amount of time will increase the necessity or interest in using the feature of towers. But I think then you just have to embrace the idea that towers are not permanent. View them as power-ups, and the player wants to use power-ups in situations where they need extra power. And so put them in places where they need extra power, use the temporary power-up gone. That's how I would approach it, just from like a mindset. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't think you have like a impossible game to make here. I think these genres can be merged. A lot of it's going to depend on other mechanics and your level design. But I think that Vampire Survivors doesn't really do this. Deep Rock Galactic Survivors somewhat does this, where they purposefully try to keep the player in place for a little bit, and I think that could be explored more as a mechanic. A new game. If a game that actually had a static map inspired this, we could actually explore and find cool shit. I had a long time ago, I had a year ago, maybe a year and a half. We wanted to maybe work on a Survivors-like game where you explored dungeons within the map. So you had the overworld Vampire Survivors game, and then you had instances of dungeons where it almost was almost like inspired by kind of like Gauntlet, and you reached the end and then you got an upgrade from that, and then went back to the overworld. I always liked that idea. Okay, abilities from releasing people. Let's go. Cool. Just sound effect. Okay, cool stuff. I mainly care about the mechanics. You need some bullet points or something in here. Response: chosen location with chosen wizard. Okay. Interval attacks. Okay. Passive bonus. Player moves. Enemies. Spawn patterns change. Get XP or materials. And dust. 3 new wizards on level up can be the same one you have, in which case it gets stronger in that case, right? Or the attack that it provides gets stronger. You can't carry it, it stays on the ground. To me, the swapping feature and the idea of wizards staying on the ground is going to be... I think that clashes more heavily with the idea of exploration and the towers. I don't think you need a limit if you balance properly. Right, because the limit is there to help cap player power. And I don't think that cap is neat. Whistle to have them come over and put them on the blanket. I think but there's a way to balance it where you could just let the player get them all. Because at a certain point, if you can level up to 60, right? Yeah, and I think the forcing interaction, probably you can just make the interaction a necessity based on the balance of the game, and I think that limiting it to 15 with a level cap of 60 basically means by the time you get to level 15, you could theoretically have maxed power on one of your skills. And I think that the implications of that are worse than just letting the player grab them and then use them as needed. Potentially. That can always just be tested by, nerfing the. It's all just balance. It's all just numbers, and numbers are easy. But I'll put it this way. I don't know if there are very many survivors-like games where those games have things on the ground that the player just leaves and comes back to later. Very limited that ever happens, and I don't think players want that to happen. And if they have to micromanage looking at items on the ground, that can also be an issue. And also, if I'm thinking about it, Survivors games, the only time they really interrupt the player is when they open the escape menu or they have an upgrade. And so anything added to that kind of hurts the pacing and the pacing, right? You want the player to keep going forward, ratchet up intensity, and if they, any micromanagement or additional things that don't really augment their power in some way hurts that pacing negatively. Same thing with the build menu. I think that might hurt pacing to some extent. Yeah. I mean, it's all can be tested, right? It's just an early document. Better to have something written down than nothing. Our building pride place to put wizards. That. Find simple puzzles. Okay, and the rest of it is just generally the survivors. Okay. Have the wizards simply follow. The wizards could follow. That'd be pretty cool. Even if it's just visually, and then you can access them when needed. I would, if I'm seeing a map, by the way, give me a amount of time it would take to, just rough amount of time it would take to get from like one place to another. So I can help visualize the gameplay experience density, I guess. Yeah, small thing, right? Okay, different biomes, different like hazards and seas and things like that. Get the player to be able to go to 2 places. How many runs do you expect on average the player needs to do to complete 1 level? And it was probably mentioned, but do they always start at the magical tree? Only be 1 level around 3 to 6 runs. So it's expected to take about 1 to 2 hours for the average completion of the game. Certain places they saved an NPC. Okay, or tree. Can they choose? I think you wrote that somewhere. They can choose, okay. Map will of course need some way to, I guess, tell the player if they've completed that biome, right? They've rescued the NPC there or something. Does the game end when they rescue all the NPCs? Is that like the end goal? Okay. That might have been listed up here, but if not, just make sure to put that somewhere near the top. Just to, I mean, that'll be part of like the gameplay loop, right? You can explain that that's the end game. Union Dreams, I have heard of it, yeah. Or Secret. Some inside references. I'm gonna glance past the controls and some of this just because, you know, it doesn't really have to do with the gameplay, and it can be, that's up for debate, right? Because you don't know all of the mechanics and stuff, so, you know, that can be determined later. I'm not saying you can't have it here or you shouldn't have it here, but just I'm not going to really go through your controls of a game that I haven't played yet. And a game that doesn't have all of its mechanics. We do the same shit with Cauldron Chronicles. Just throw something on there and let the player, you know, have some way for the only thing I can say is to have some way for the player to pull up controls somewhere, and I'm sure you have that in your escape menu or something, right? Yeah, it's a bit much. Frenchy keyboard. There are some weird keyboards. 30% over. Some of this is just low level. It's hard for me to determine what it's going to be like. You know, these are like placeholder values for now. More of what I'm interested in is like reading this aspect, right? So numbers to me don't matter this early stage, which is kind of funny because I've seen a lot of, I know you're not doing this, but I've seen a lot of designers who try to act smart by just putting a whole bunch of numbers in their early design documents. And it's like, dude, this doesn't mean anything. Your game is non-existent. You don't even have a project made yet for your game. Your numbers mean jack shit until you actually have a game to test this in. Like I said, I know you're not doing this. These are just a starting point to see rough power of it. Let's put it this way. Compared to some of the shit that I've had to review, you already have more mechanics written at a high level than theirs would. Theirs would just be all like these numbers and no mechanics. A small enter on Americans? I don't think American keyboards have small enters. I mean, like these? Like this size? This small? It's pretty big. It's almost as big as a shift. You prefer the, like this one? This massive? But then you don't have the slashes and the brackets. Okay, that one's just fucking weird. like my enter with curves. Do you? This to me is pretty standard. I mean, that's what I'm using now, and I bought this in Poland. I don't know which one this is. Steel Series something. Don't I have the Steel Series? No, I don't. Yeah, like, to me, this is standard. I don't mind this, but the only thing that bothers me on a keyboard is if the shift key is big or small, because I play games. I can't deal with a tiny shift key. I need an example of that. This one, like this bullshit. Who the fuck would use this? What idiot would have a tiny little shift key? I want to run. Get out of here. This is a Azerty keyboard anyway, but I've seen this on QWERTY keyboards. I need this big shift key. Not this big. No. No, I need the big shift. Your W key upside down? What, like Wumbo? Is it literally this meme?
Let me take a look at it. You know what the problem is?
What?
You got it set to M for mini.
Yeah.
When it should be set to W for Wumbo.
Should be
Patrick, I
Wumbo.
don't think Wumbo is a real word.
Come on.
You've set yours to mini, and you need to be at Wumbo. Are you able to play the demo? Do you have a demo, Lazy Fangs, of this? Or not yet? Do you want me to play that? Or just review for now? Do you like wanna... I mean, you can tell me when you want me to. Won't force you? I mean, I might have time. Try to use consistent wording with like because these tiny wizards are the wizards that are mentioned in earlier pages, right? But now they're listed as tiny wizards. Are these different things? Or are these the same thing? Okay, yeah. It just the consistent wording is really nice. Because I was like, wait, is there a separate type of wizard or fire? Brew. Plank. I'm supposed to be reviewing this. You owe Lazy Fangs money. What is the money on this plank? 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 15, 14, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Typical brother things. He did pay. He didn't pay for the plank. I don't know how much I can say about the individual weapons and passives yet. I think these have to be determined on an individual basis once they're in the game. Like this is, I need the systems first before I can see. This you can only determine based on play testing. If people like it, and then you need to balance it based on how powerful it is, right? So. Might separate passives and just description, or the ability. I mean, they serve the same kind of purpose, right? They both power up the player. So, do you want that kind of like double bit of power, or do you want to separate it for some other purpose? Feels too cluttered. Yeah, that could be true. And these games should be very simple. Simple to pick up, simple to play. Easy to understand, hard to master. And if you have, yeah, I mean, if you have like the passives and stuff, it's just, they're just tiny little boosts that don't. Let's put it this way, any number in a game only means something if something else uses that number, so which is like balance, right? So you don't need to augment the player's armor if the enemies, if you just make them not hit as hard. So if this is just another number, like you said, that clutters, it's just balancing. So yeah, I would also just maybe separate these or just maybe get rid of them. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I think that's a smart move, especially with, like, one of the pillars of a game is the tower defense stuff, and I think focusing on that, and then this larger persistent map, those are your core, those are your most interesting aspects that set you apart. The passives don't really do anything, and the rest of the gameplay is pretty standard Survivors-like. We talked about this, so. Are internal buildings... Tell me what internal buildings are. Are these just like perks? They kind of just look like perks. Are they persistent between runs? It says for a run, but I'm curious if they're persistent or not. Or rundown persistent, okay. These might also, these I would put on the chopping list. I think that also adds a bit to add them in the foreground. Keep explaining it. Defend it. Some control over the room. I mean, but it is like a 2-hour game, right? Because it's also in the similar vein of these upgrades kind of just exist to exist. Like, player picks things up so that player can pick up more things. They kind of just, it's a self-serving, in most of cases, it's a self-serving upgrade loop that if you removed it, then the player still has to pick things up, but now they don't have to do it so that they can pick up more stuff. Like backpack upgrades, right? I mean, like the armor and health, that is something, but at the same time, it kind of has that same, I guess, effect of, what was the thing we were talking about? Oh, is the passives, right? Where they're existing here as a way to counterbalance essentially more enemy damage. So if you just didn't have enemy damage scaling that high, these wouldn't be necessary. So if it's a system that is just overly, it's added but doesn't really add to the gameplay, then maybe it's better not to have it. I guess you could still keep it here, but then just, you know, list lower priority. If we need it, if we feel like there's something that could be added to the loop. And the external buildings are the towers, right? Just to make sure. Okay. The same thing with the tiny wizards, just the naming of it. Cost doesn't matter, that's balance. Same with the numbers. Okay, so you have essentially tower types, or you know, capacity, right? So stronger tower, more wizards. So basic tower, upgrade, 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 and then type of towers. Passive aura, active repelling, passive aura, docks. Not our dock, August. Someone else's. Focus on the externals and limiting those and giving them a lot of power to steer the game. Yeah, that'd be cool. I think making those towers like your selling point, and then the more power you give them, of course, the more use they have. I think placing a tower should be an exciting, powerful moment that can save your life or continue your run. That and the large persistent map, I think, are your main selling points of, hey, Survivor's game, but. And that's like your elevator pitch too. And an elevator pitch is also really good to put at the top of your game. And you might have had it there, I don't know. Maybe I glanced past it. Okay, enemy, different types. Biome, some of them are biome specific. You need to learn how to do these. Need to ask money from Epic so I can hire a modeler. I don't want to model anymore. Yep. Just so you know, by the way, I think we mentioned it before, but the Epic Mega Grants they usually take up to a year to even get the money, so be aware of that. I would be a little careful with the different colors, just because players are going to need to quickly identify what type of salamanders those are. And you're kind of already doing that with everything else too, so I don't know. Outline instead of color, okay. Okay. A lot of different mechanics for how they path. That's nice. This balance, not important. Is it no slots just because the... or you only have one slot? Explain that a bit more, man. Resorted to making emotes for streamers so they can help with models for my game. Hey, whatever gets paid, what? Right? Just make sure you have like something in the options menu to delete. And you might have already put that in the section, but just like reset your progress or something. A very small thing, not even necessary, but I don't know, some players might want it. Okay, cool. Next up, those. Like Dragon Dogma. Fuck off. Like, in the end, the most unsatisfying thing for me about that game was just that I kept feeling like the story was building up. And it just went nowhere. Like, okay, we're gonna, out the queen, we're gonna change the leadership. Maybe the furries are gonna have some part to play in this whole business. And then it's just, nope. It felt very similar and arguably worse than Mass Effect Andromeda, which had a really similar structure of all this build-up, and it was because it was meant to be a full trilogy, right? A new trilogy. So I guess you could kind of say it was expected, but even then I would say it shouldn't be that way. Like Mass Effect, all 3 Mass Effect games stand alone. If you didn't play the prior ones, you'd miss some of the build-up, but they are still good standalone games. Nope, the end game was like, I want to evacuate the city until you resolve some stupid issues between... Yeah, it was like... it just meant nothing. It just meant absolutely... I don't know. I'm not going to focus on that game at the moment. Okay, camera unsavable. Okay, this is fine. Pixel graphics. Okay. I get it. Why? Okay, these are some mock-ups. Or these might be what you actually have in the game right now. We don't want to talk to you. You either have to kill her or grab her and put her next to her son. Prototype screen caps, okay. Good idea. It is optional. Good idea, though. How long are you waiting for me to get to the bottom to do that? If you say over 10 seconds, I will be upset with you. But if you're like, no, I did it at the moment, it's like, okay. Worth it. Wasn't waiting, okay. Okay, I'll trust you. Just popped up at the moment, alright. Arguing with the British military right now? Oh, fuck, guys, what do you guys do in my chat? Like, jerk off and argue with the British military? I don't know. Is there any porn if I look at this page of your itch.io? And you know I have to ask you. So don't be offended. Terms of fashion are easier to defend. Okay. Jerking off's cool. Imagine if you go your whole life without jerking off. Like, seriously. Why would anyone do that? Wouldn't porn my baby boy. Is there loud music when I start this up? Do not ship. You shipped it. You shipped the thing that says do not ship. I don't know how loud it'll be. Okay. Adjust it a little bit. I know there are probably volume options in game, but I have to adjust it now. I have to look. You gonna get a tattoo? Of what? What are you gonna get a tattoo of? Hey, where are my graphic options, Lazy Fangs? Where's the RTX? I didn't buy a 4070 for nothing. Solo developers. I only offer the best options. Max settings only. Yeah, I don't know if I can run this, guys. Okay, we will start at the magical tree. You're gonna run on 20 FPS anyway. Does it? Wait, what are the buttons? Okay, I pressed F. What does this do? Wait, I'm gonna die. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I figured out it's F. Oh shit, which one do we pick, guys? 1, 2, or 3? I don't want to read the itch page for instructions. And you should know that. You should know people are going to download the game. They're going to expect the help to be in here. At the very least, like have a page that shows up before the game starts. Kick my ass, it's just a prototype. It's a good excuse. God, it feels really different when somebody else uses that excuse on me. Hard decision, lots of options. How do I get new basket? How do I want to be better. How do I be better? You know that your trees, by the way, have a little bit of color on the side of them. Mandatory Bean Network account that you need. Shut the fuck up. No, it shouldn't be temporary, it should be final. So do these different colored ones already have different pathfinding, or is it just one single... Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Fuck off. Okay, it's just the dumb ones. And put stuff into basket by dragging. Okay, Firebender and basket is not good. This is not a good decision. Firebender in one. I'm just fucking with you, you know. No, this plays great for 1 week of work. I didn't even have the alchemy system done in 1 week. Sucks. Get out of here. Press 2 next to basket? Why? Yeah, but the menu pauses the game so I can relax a bit. I think it's broken. I think I broke it. Oh no, I didn't. There we go. I agree, 1 week and the game basically works. That's a good part. Yes, it is more than Redfall. Look, I don't like what Microsoft did. But I mean, for Redfall, I mean, what did you expect? What the fuck is this? Hey, bozo. You're gonna get stuck in the basket, dumb bitch. Uh-oh. I don't want to go up. Hey, these don't die. Shit. Issue. No, it's good. It's really good for 1 week. I think there's, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. I just keep working on it. I like the premise. And I think you've got a good base to work with. I think you just keep going. I like it. There's no credits. Nobody worked on this game. There's no upgrades either. Man, 1 week. I could have built Elder Scrolls 6 in 1 week. AI game. Game just happened. Yeah, it just appeared. No, this is looking really good, dude. I'm not a quitter. Oh, it doesn't bring you back to the game. You can only quit. You are a quitter. You're a quitter, chat. Yeah. Oof. That's a negative review for me, dog. This is a good, dude. I like it. That's a Helldivers 2 ratio right there. It will be $1, I'll live. Emotional damage. Calls you a quitter and doesn't let you have anything but regrets. Yeah. Like, do you want to admit that you're a piece of shit? No. And then it just does nothing. Okay, fine, I'll admit. Okay, good. I'm done. No, it's looking good, dude. I like it, and I like your document. I think you're on the right track. A little bit more Like use some more bullet points though, and hopefully that'll help. And put a table of contents in here too. That might be nice. Like switch the 1 and 1.1 to headings, and then you can use a table of contents. And it's just like the designer in me, but pillars and gameplay loop would help, because it immediately gives you a sense of like what's the most important, and what is this supposed to, you know. Gameplay loop and like the elevator pitch, immediate premise. That would be big. And then, you know, I'm gonna expect a budget on my desk by Monday. The amount of man hours you expect to work, things like that. I mean, it should be good. I don't get my hair trimmed and meet Frog's brother. And no worries, man. Oh, a Unity template for GDD. Really? There's a Unity engine template for GDD? You have a link for that? Can we do a review of Unity engine template for GDD? I love it, okay. Who wrote this? Unity GDD template. I love this dude. I love dudes like this that are. This is probably this guy in real life, right? And he's from the age of the internet where that was okay to do, and you weren't gonna end up in any number of problems. I love it. I love it so much. Like the old school forums of the internet. This is already a bad GDD template. I'm not saying that you following it was bad, but I think this is a bad template. I mean, how do you define game elements? I mean, some games can have so many fucking elements. Genre is good to put up there. Of course, you want your game name somewhere. But there's no plot or premise section here. There's no like elevator pitch. There's nothing to help the player understand the basics of the game. Some of these things are doubled lower. Bro, don't put the game flowchart at the bottom. Okay, they want the full game flowchart, like menu, synopsis, game, player control. That's really hard to do early on. And also, wait, what? Why is synopsis in here? Are you expecting the player to be given a synopsis of the game before they start the game? No, I'm not saying that you are wrong for picking it. I'm questioning who. And if it was anybody at Unity, it makes sense. And one of the smartest decisions Epic ever made And this is not to say that Unreal better than Unity or whatever, because it's a preference, right? Whatever makes your game is the best engine. But one of the smartest moves Epic ever did was they made a game using their engine. And they're, Fortnite, right? So they're developing features for it that they then use and then can feed back all of the bugs and information back into it. Unity should have done the same thing. Probably came from that and had more guidance on how to use the template and starting off with a blanker sheet and this to build a board. Maybe. This particular course has long since been retired. I mean, you definitely, you can have technical specs on here. You can also put this into a fact sheet or a technical design document. Although I wouldn't necessarily put it there. I'm not sure language is really relevant. Like, our game is in Unreal Engine. Oh, which language are you programming it in? C++? That makes more, it would make more sense if you had like a proprietary engine or something where you were writing in a certain language. Those languages aren't even applicable to Unity's engine. That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, I guess if you had your code base primarily in something other than like C# for a Unity, maybe you want to mention that here. I mean, what they could mean by game elements, they could mean like the game pillars, but I would still prefer to use game pillars and gameplay loop. And have like inspiration, pitch, synopsis, plot, especially if your game is story based, like what the story of the game is, before even jumping into gameplay elements. Want the use tour. You want the use tour imagine they're actually playing the game. Try not to use generic, broad, non-descriptive terms. Few readers want to hear statements such as enemy 1 will have more hit points than enemy 2. But it's better to make statements like the Lazarus fighter. This is kind of, it depends. But yes, you do want the user to imagine that they're playing the game. Like, there's two different ways that you could, like, I guess, pitch a game where you use a descriptive narrative structure, like, hey, close your eyes, imagine this, this, and this, and you're out here and you shoot the enemy and it explodes and stuff. Like, that's one way to get a person reading it to understand the game. I'll put it this way, if you're a game designer, every different person, programmer, artist, producer, publisher, programmer, is going to read your document and think different things. Which is why, like, flowcharts, pillars, descriptive elements, pictures, all of these things kind of serve different people better. I mean, yes, arguably, yes, you should have, I would say you should have a prototype and demo before you even start writing really deep details about your game. Just fuck the document. Just make your prototype, see if your idea is kind of fun, and then you can build a document that in more detail, right? This takes time, and it could change all over the place. Fuck the documents until you need the documents. Amen. Yeah, because like once you have this, you're gonna want to keep it updated, and now you just have something to maintain instead of just jumping into your prototype and making the damn game. Having something written down is okay. Like having some gameplay loop, your pillars, a synopsis, a general idea written down before you go in is great. Having detailed low-level design documentation or big spreadsheets full of numbers probably isn't going to help you develop your game better. Not until you need the numbers. You need to start balancing. Without a core game loop that is fun, something a demo prototype can lead you towards, you don't have a starting point for the dock anyway. Yeah, I agree. My goal is to release before Raptor. You're definitely going to release before me. What if Raptor would be my publisher? I wouldn't mind if Microraptor at some point had the money and the personnel to become a publisher as well as a developer. But it's massive. You need people for legal, for community, for marketing of different points, people to make videos and stuff. If you do porting, then you'll need to have people on your team that can do porting or can help with that. You'll need producers. You'll maybe need an in-house designer to help assist the companies that you're working with. There's a lot that could explode, and then you need money to help actually afford this shit. There's a lot to it. I mean, if you just want to like use our name and I don't know, published by Microraptor, I mean that's kind of a waste of. I think just put your game up yourself, just self-publish at that point. If you want us to market, share your game, you just let me know. And if your game is fun and doesn't scam players, I'll gladly market it. I'll gladly shout it out. I'll play it on stream. Gameplay outline. This outline will vary depending on the type of game, really. Story synopsis. Arguably, you should put that first. And the reason why I would say if your game is story-based, put a story synopsis first, is just to help the player understand what they're about to read, right? And I don't have a problem with the genre and game elements up here, right? But any establishing information you can use to give the player a better understanding of what they're about to read, the better. And that's exactly what any Steam page does, right? It's this. This is your pitch, your initial pitch. And then right here you have information about what the game has, its pillars. Awaken as a weakened vampire after centuries of slumber. Hunt for blood to regain your strength while hiding from the scorching sun to survive. You're weak, you hunt for blood, so you kill things to power up, and you survive from the sun because you're a vampire. Rebuild your castle, which is a mechanic, and convert humans into your loyal servants in a quest to raise your vampire empire. Vampire empire. So now you have some management, some simulation/management part to the game. More like a management game, right? Make allies or enemies online or play solo locally. Okay, so you've determined how many players are in your game. Fend off holy soldiers and wage war in a world of conflict. So there's PvP and you have different factions or different things that you can fight for. And do note that I know pretty much nothing about the Rising at this point. Seize your destiny, defy Dracula, rule the night. An ending hook. Here's the gameplay, here's what you do, here's that last little bit of hook to pull you in. And that's it. Put that at the top of this is your summary of your game. This is your game. And I think we probably have something similar to that in our GDD. I hope. I know I need to rewrite it, but I think I have something similar to that. What I have right now is shit. Yeah. It's exactly the same. Like, what would you put as the first paragraph that players are going to read to see if they like your game. And arguably, this is too long. Because a lot of players are just going to read this. They're going to read this. They're going to see reviews. They're going to see tags. They're going to check your screenshots. And then the price. In my opinion, those are the things that people are going to look at the most. So this needs to be really catchy. These need to be really catchy. And obviously reviews should be blue, not yellow or red. And the tags are going to give them a very rough idea of what are the most important aspects. Like what sometimes are your pillars, or your genre pillars, I guess you could say. Our game is an open world survival game where you play as a vampire and you build up your base. And most games can be defined in that way, and then it leads into the summary of what this is. So when I say like our game is an open world fantasy, or an open world alchemy game set in a fantasy world where your choices matter, I'm carefully trying to convey the top Steam tags that our game is most likely to have. And I could even say like it's a casual game, like define your tags. If you're going to go commercial, define your tags and use those tags to help sell it. As a consumer, I don't care about tags. Mostly they seem to drive the recommendation engine. So when you're on game A, what causes it to also list game B, or say this is like game C, D, or it can be used for both, I think. I mean, and maybe like you said, maybe some consumers don't care about this, but I do think that when you're pitching your game, when you're trying to give your elevator pitch, that you can use your tags, your expected tags, as a way to help define what your game is in a very quick amount of time. I used to include Steam tags or my expected tags in here. I don't know if I still do. Probably should. Oh no, I do. Adventure, life sim, puzzle. I mean, this could be updated. I think this is a bit old. I mean, you're right with that, right? But I think in most cases, it's probably generally accurate when you look at game tags. Dragon Age Inquisition. Open world, like character customization is one that I think, this is not a gameplay genre, obviously. But RPG, open world, choices matter, fantasy, story rich, those kinds of tags I think are very important to help to define that. You look at reviews, gameplay trailer, price, blurb, then deeper into reviews. Yeah. I think I told you guys about a talk that I went to once. Like, this group had done a study using eye tracking software in Steam, right? Very interesting study in its premise. But their methodology was really flawed because they did something that I think really tainted the outcome, which is they promised to the people before they looked at Steam that whatever game they liked the most, they would buy for them for free. So I noticed that from their methodology, then they went to testing, that individuals, and they only showed them 3 games that were all very highly rated. There was the Crow Dark Souls game, Wildermyth, and I don't remember the third one, but these are all very highly rated games. So I noticed that when they're in their testing, in their results, that a lot of the people looking at these games didn't really focus on reviews that much, or price. And I think that these are 2 things that the average consumer who has to actually purchase the game with their own money is going to spend a decent amount of time looking at. Especially if they commonly use Steam, right? And they see, oh, it's mostly positive, not very positive. Why? It's like, okay, price is good, but now let me go in and let's read these. Chris Zhukovsky's same research was great though. He just asked to sit in a call and watch them shop while they describe what they're actually looking at. Yes, and that alone is much better methodology. I mean, of course, having the eye tracking was great because you could see how long they spent looking at individual things, but I think the methodology was really flawed. And honestly, let's go back to V Rising, because V Rising is a good example. Basically, they showed, oh, the first thing that people look at when they go to a page are the live video and the screenshots. And I'm like, wow, I totally couldn't have predicted that when that is taking up pretty much all of the screen space. Who would have thought that the moving bright images are the thing that players look at the most? So I was like, okay, whatever, I expected that. But then it's like, oh, players look at this, and then the tags, and then they go deeper. Like, yeah, but you've promised them the game, so now that they don't care about the price because it's no object to them. And all the games had very positive reviews. I think they still do. I don't remember the name of the Crow game, but yeah, like this has overwhelmingly positive. So it's like, there isn't some friction here. You know, I'd like to see, okay, but what about if the game is mixed? What about if the game has mostly negative reviews recently? The best thing I got from Chris's research was that they would start jumping through the trailer to find UI. That's interesting to know. And they would get annoyed when there's no gameplay. Like when there's no gameplay trailer or when there's no gameplay screenshot. Because I know Steam now requires a video, I think. Or, no, it just requires screenshots be from the actual game and not mock-ups, I believe. Oh, gameplay in the video. Yeah, I also get upset with that. You should always, in my opinion, always put gameplay video first. You can have story trailers, but gameplay video or a mix. Sometimes the first video isn't the one that contains gameplay. And you hunt that down first. I do the same thing. And this is the developers, or whoever owns the Steam app ID, right, can determine what shows first. This is a good game, by the way. I like this game a lot. Cool magic system. Modes, game elements, game levels, players' controls, winning, losing, end. Why is this all fun? Okay, look, I won't shit on that. After you explain the gameplay, explaining why it's all fun, or reiterating it, even if you're just rewording what you've already said earlier in the document, fine. It's like you're writing an essay and you write a conclusion paragraph, right? I'm okay with that, actually. I would put controls. Controls should be in a document, but they could be in their own document too if you really want. Or better yet, just put something in the game so you know players can see it. That's a nitpick, honestly. Key features are a list of game elements that are attractive to the player. Yeah, put that ahead, put that above. If they mean like the game pillars, they should be above the gameplay. Design guidelines. Overall goal of the design. Yeah, that should be in your first sections as well. Game design definitions. Definition of the gameplay. How a player wins, loses, transitions between levels. I mean, obviously. I think Yeah, we talked about that. Player definitions. Descriptions that define the player. Okay. I'll put it this way. There is no single best way to write a GDD, but I do think that there are elements that are consistent between good GDDs, and one of those is just establishing baseline information before jumping into extra detail, because your GDD is going to be both high level and low level information, and you don't want to start with low level info, because that the player doesn't understand the game enough to understand. It's like if somebody was explaining how they beat a raid in some new MMO and you never played the MMO, they're describing low level actions when you don't understand the high level of the game. I mean, UI, okay, fair, whatever. Yeah, this is just a weird document. I think it's not a bad start, and especially, I think the best thing that it does is that it gives somebody who has never written a GDD a good example of elements that should be in a GDD. But I do think they're a bit out of place if somebody wants to understand it. Just saw a Twitch ad for T-Mobile featuring Jason Momoa doing a dance song skit in style of Flashdance. Oh, wow. By the way, I can say too that I will be putting my GDD up on the Discord at some point. It would be nice to do that. So if you want to see how it's progressing or read it to understand the game better, or if you're interested in like proper organization, or you have criticism about my organization and want me to do some things better, all for it. I'm all for it. I need some time to get that put up, and I'll probably do that this month sometime. I'll get the pitch deck, both the raw file and the PDF. I'll get the Word document, raw file, and PDF. Everything is a way to kind of just keep you guys updated on the information, or for you to use as educational tools, or to criticize. Yeah. Okay. I think that's everything for me today. I got nothing. Any drama? Has there been any drama in the last 7 hours? Any games? Any more studios closed? People fired? Hopefully not. We got a bit stuck today on... Almost canceled for the rest of the month. I hope so, yeah. That'd be nice. We got kind of stuck on some of the sound stuff today, which, I mean, that's fine. I was kind of thinking today we wouldn't have anything to do, and was just going to play games, but I'm glad we had something to do, and tomorrow we'll have a little bit to fix up, but then we're done. We're done. Builds done for the moment until after the conference. And then we can start to jump into those features that we want to work on. I might charge back my $20, true. I really should get that Fiverr put up, because I don't mind doing it. I think I have enough knowledge at this point to safely do it and not mislead people needing good game design. Because I don't want to mislead people just for money, right? At least not willingly. Because I certainly couldn't talk about everything relating to game dev, but design, I think I could safely do. And I think $20-25 just for an hour, it's probably pretty fair. Put it into the panels? What do you mean? Good revenue potential? High review? I could offer a discount for live review. Because it is good content. That's a good point. I like that. Add Twitch channel for live review / consult or GD. I mean, or any design document. We could do it. I was thinking you meant on Fiverr. I mean, I have my Fiverr page set up. I do have it set up. I have all the tax info hooked up. I would just put something on there and that could be pretty fun. If I have the time to do it. Sorry, I spaced out. Yeah, tomorrow we will just fix up a couple things. I think we can then just play a game or something for the rest of the day. And then we'll have to say goodbye. Assuming, because I will not be streaming on the weekend, I'm going to just kind of rest up, prepare for a week of getting things printed, writing up any business info, finalizing documents. Okay, I will say the build will go up after stream tomorrow, because we might do some extra work, and then content cutoff. I'm going to be making the build at home, and I'll be putting it up for testing. So if you want to test it over the next week or weekend, that would be great help. And if you spot any bugs or have any feedback that is quick to implement, I'll do that. But it should be something relatively quick, right? We won't have much time left. And then 19th through 20th is the conference, and probably sending out, I don't think I'll have any time to send out the pitch to other places during the conference days, but after the conference days when I'm at home, I can send that out. It'll be good too, because I'll do the pitch to a few smaller places here in Poland. I'll revise anything based on feedback, and then I can send it out to places that aren't going to be there. So like Raw Fury, Tiny Build, Devolver, any others that I can find that seem to fit our values. And I guess we'll just see. We'll see what happens. If we get any meetings, I might have to do meetings instead of streaming, depending on when they are or how many there are. And if we don't get anything, we'll just keep working on the game. We'll try to implement those features that we know are necessary to feel the full scope of the game's potential. Corruption, NPC dialogue overhaul, fishing, dungeons, the potion combat. Just get everything in there that we wanted to have in there now, but didn't have enough time to finish. And then we'll just try pitching again with that first playable. That's the plan. And maybe have a little time this year to work on some smaller game or something, like a little game jam or something. I have a bunch of small ideas that'd be fun to just take a break from Chronicles and try to make those. Either way, I think I'm out. I'm out of stuff to say. I'm done waffling. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. Hope you have a nice rest of your Thursday. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. Take care. I will see you tomorrow for cleaning up Cauldron Chronicles, finishing off anything we need to, and then we'll just play a game. I don't know, Hades or Balatro. I'm pretty addicted to both right now. And then, yeah. I'll try to stream from the conference too, if I can, but I might be pretty busy. There's a lot of talks that I'd love to go to in person so I could ask the person doing the talk, you know, some questions. So, we'll see. Or I can stream from one of the events, one of the parties. Just say hey in 15 minutes. Either way, take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for coming out. Love you all. Peace.